The board further stipulates who shall sit, or rather the bill also stipulates who shall sit in that particular board of the authority. And also the bill provides for the establishment and functions of scientific advisory committees. These are functions necessary for the performance of the cabinet secretaries. That is the sergeant at arms signaling or indicating that the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over back to the proceedings of the House. Good afternoon.
We can stop the Sergeant at Arms. You may stop the bell and we can proceed. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 6th, 2024, afternoon sitting. 1, the agreement for the establishment of the African Finance Corporation Exploratory Memorandum from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following: Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 2, Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project Credit number IDA 5812KE Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. SC Reporting Toolkit Project, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. 4, Multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communications and Transport Project, Kenya Maritime Authority. 5, coordinate implementation of population policy and ICPD 25 commitment project. 6, GOK UNICEF Education for Young People Program, State Department for Basic Education. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, grant number D991KE, Teacher Service Commission. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Next is Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Or the Vice Chair, you have a report. Okay. I think we can move on as we wait for the Chair to come. Next, we can move to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First statement we have, Honorable Peter Masara. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Ounda?
Honorable Speaker, as a custom in this House since this 13th Parliament, on Wednesday afternoon, a Cabinet Secretary normally comes to answer questions. Honorable Speaker, and answer questions and request for statement. The Cabinet Secretary in charge of roads and related sector was supposed to have come to this House before we went for the recess. We were advised by the Speaker that he had sought the indulgence of the House to skip the session that particular day and come the first Wednesday when House resumes. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the supplementary order paper and there is no indications at all that the Cabinet Secretary is going to attend or be present in the House. So I just wanted your guidance, Honorable Speaker. This is going to be the second time in a row that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of roads has skipped this particular session, and probably need to guide us what to do, because these questions are of importance to our constituencies and to the people of Kenya. If the Cabinet Secretaries cannot spare time to come to Parliament, then basically don't know why we had to amend our standing order to ask them to come to the floor of the House and answer questions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Owundo, you're right. I have a letter here dated 5th November 2024, addressed to the Clerk of the National Assembly, and it is signed by the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport, Davis Chirchir, and he says that I was scheduled to appear before the plenary of the National Assembly on Wednesday, 6th November, which is today. However, I'll be accompanying His Excellency the President to the Republic of Sudan on an official visit on the same day. Owing to this, I'll not be able to attend this important meeting, but he is therefore requests that the meeting be rescheduled to a date that is convenient to the House. And I think the Clerk of the National Assembly has communicated the option of the dates he's supposed to appear. What's your point of order, Honorable Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to confirm, yes, it's indeed true. The Cabinet Secretary did write, and I was copied in that letter. And we have also since written to him, requesting him to appear before the House next week, Wednesday, I think 13th of this month, next week on Wednesday, together with the Cabinet Secretary for Education, CS Migosi. But Honorable Speaker, allow me also, Honorable Speaker, now that I have the mic, to also ask members. For instance, if you look at the questions that were being asked, a number of the members whose questions were to be answered are not in the House now. You also, if you look at the order paper today, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of members. And I was just looking if I can find the member for Gatanga. He's not here. He has a question to ask. If you look around, look for the member for Embakasi West. Honorable Mark Mwenje is not here, and he has a question to ask. On and on, I have seen the Honorable member for Baringo Central, Honorable Kandie, is here. And we must commend the Honorable member for Baringo Central. Gonzirai, the member for Kinango, not here. Member for Funyula, as always, Honorable Speaker, the member for Funyula is always in the House. He has a question, he is here. Member for Bahati, the Honorable Irene Joki, not here. Member for Malava, the Honorable Malulu Ijendi, he is at his usual seat. He is always there, and is a vice chair of a committee. Honorable Speaker, we were in the House, and I could go on and on and on and on and on. Dick Maungu, not in the House. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Robert Basil, not in the House. Sarah Korere, as always, in the House, and she's here. Oh, Basil is here, the member for Yata, my apologies. Rael Kasiwai, she sits somewhere.
Just let the majority leader
somewhere around there.
finish his
I
point
don't
of
see her.
order.
She's not in the House. Honorable member for Kajiado South, Samuel Parashina, of course, as always, never in the House. The member for Matuga, who is also a vice chair of the CDF committee, Kasim Tandaza, always in the House and in the House now. Member for Igembe Central, I am on a point of order, Honorable Speaker. Daniel Carido, always in the House, he's here, Honorable
the
Speaker.
The majority leader is on a point of order. Sarah Korere, you will have an opportunity. So
the member for Mwingi West, Charles Ngusia CNN, always in the House, but he's not there now. Member for Kolomani Shinali, usually on and off in the House, is not here. But Honorable Speaker, what point am I making? We were in the leadership conference last week, Honorable Speaker, under the able leadership of the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission and also our speaker. And part of the issues that were raised by members in that conference is house attendance. And more so calling on chairs and their vice chairs. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon, you have had to sit there and wait for at least 10 minutes for us to garner quorum. This House has not less than 60 chairs and vice chairs of committees. We only need 50 to transact business. If we add the leadership of the House, we have 70. Honorable Speaker, I counted the chairs who were in the House at the time you asked for the quorum bell to be rung. Only 5 chairs of committees were seated in the House, and about 7 vice chairs. Where were the other 43, Honorable Chair? I want to say, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask that you remind these chairs and their vice chairs, Honorable Speaker. As we said in Naivasha, we have only another 4 weeks to go for a long recess. But these are the 4 weeks of reckoning. If you are a chair of a committee, you must be in the House at 2:30. If you are a vice chair, you must be in the House at 2:30. There is no reason for the Speaker to come and sit and wait for quorum when there are members who have business to be transacted on the floor, they are not in the House. When we have chairs who should be responding, and this kind of behavior, Honorable Speaker, the member for Imenti Central should know. We are not in a marketplace in Imenti Central for him to walk in and shout that he's here. He knows he should also have been here at 2:30. Honorable Speaker, I was saying it's imperative that we reiterate from your seat, Honorable Speaker, the need for members to be in the House, especially chairs and their vice chairs, because even if all these members who have to ask questions were in the House, Honorable Speaker, and statements, you need those chairs and their vice chairs to respond and tell you when does the member expect an answer. And probably that is why the members who are even coming to ask questions are not here, because there will be nobody to respond to them. And let me tell chairs from both sides of the House, if you are a chair of a committee or a vice chair, please take your work seriously. If you do not, we have another 280 members who can take those positions. Do the honorable thing. If you don't have time for the House, just do the honorable thing. And you know, we're in this season, the season Junet Mohammed calls the season of impeachment. I am not encouraging anyone to impeach anyone. But if need be, please impeach these chairs and their vice chairs if they can't be in the House. Please impeach them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think, honorable members, what the honorable majority leader said is part of what was resolved during the leadership retreat in Mombasa. I know that members have actually proposed that those chairpersons be changed, but I will restrain myself from putting that question until the substantive speaker is in the chair. But meanwhile, before we proceed, what's your, member for Kitutu Masaba, what is your point of order? No, please sit down. There's someone else on their feet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all respect to our majority leader, Madam Speaker, I was worried whether the honorable majority leader is in order to knowing very well that our constituents are watching this television. Is it in order for him to name individuals name by name, reading a list, whereas some of the members whom he has named were here during the morning session all the way to the end, and they are out here coming, so they have not missed their attendance. Some of these naming can be very damaging. Yes, it is a public document whereby they were informed, because if you look at the order paper, there is no CS there. So no one is under obligation to be here to create quorum. If you have a problem to deal with your chairs, you deal with the chairs. If you want to tell us to impeach them, let us impeach. But you cannot go naming us on live TV for not attending. We are elected to be here and we are answerable to our people, but the majority leader is not the prefect to read the names. Thank you, Honorable.
Kitusu Masaba, I don't think any of those chairpersons have given you a brief to hold their brief and to be able to be their advocates. So I think they will speak for themselves. Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba, please be seated. Yes, you do not hold a brief for them. They shall respond on their own behalf. The Honorable Sarah Korere, I will give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think I'm in agreement with the majority leader that those people who have been bestowed with leadership must be held accountable for the positions they have been given. And Madam Speaker, again on the cabinet secretaries, you know, Speaker, today, our very good friend and sister, Soipan Toya, had lost her brother who was being buried today. I was to attend to that funeral, but I cancelled because the minister was appearing before this house to answer, among many questions, the issues of the Doldol Nanyuki Road, which has been a pain in our flesh for a very long time. So, Speaker, it is also good for these CSS to give us, you know, notice in good time, because we are now just hearing it here. We had the whole of yesterday, and even last Saturday, before we went for recess, it was cancelled the last day. So I think they should also try to just be sensitive because we have a lot of things. Some members who are appearing on that list, I know, are not here today because they are in Narok attending the same burial. So Majority Leader, just be a bit sensitive and kind to your members.
I think the majority leader has noted that. Honorable Member for Kajiado, you are out of order to keep standing up before I give you the opportunity to speak. I was just going in order because by the time you came here, the Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba had already requested, the member for, the Honorable Member Sarah Korere had already requested, and so you were third in line. So I think it's... okay, I think when you decide to properly request, you press the intervention button, I will give you an opportunity. But as long as you heckle from your seat and wave your hands at me rudely, then I will not give you the opportunity. Let us proceed. The Honorable Tandaza Kasim, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order is very straight, and especially to the office of the clerk. It's normally our tradition, because you are representing our people, when you have a question to be answered by the CS, this is a question that is for your people, from your constituency. And we normally, in most cases, alert them that on this day, I'll be on the floor of the House trying to articulate the issues that you've been talking about that has been paining you. Would it not then be in order that once you receive any communication from the CS that will not be available, you also inform those whose questions would be on the floor of the House, so that they can also tell their constituents that this question will not be heard today? Otherwise, you also put us in a difficult situation where you've told people that you are going to represent them, and then it's quiet. It's like, Mheshimiwa, you didn't know what was supposed to be happening, or you are cheating us, you are not representing us, and yet you got the information. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Kasim Tandaza, member for Mutuga, you've made a valid point. I think the leadership has taken note of that, the majority leader has taken note of that, and therefore now I think, and also just the fact that members have said it's good for them to know in due time, I think that has been noted, and I think majority leader will communicate that to members of the executive. And for now, honorable members, allow me to reorder the order paper, that we go to order number 8, and then we can come back to any other statements. But before you make the announcement for order number 8, allow me to do this. Honorable members, allow me I wish you to introduce to you a delegation of 8 members of staff from Suna West National Government Constituency Development Fund Office, who are seated in the public gallery. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish to welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. Question to be put.
You want to, okay, honorable members, we are just, before we go on to that order number 8, I'll allow the member for Suna West to welcome our guests on our behalf.
Speaker,
and make it brief.
Madam Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence on a matter that I think is... Hello, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I saw a black man, I just knew things have changed. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House a matter that is very important. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the issue of our main business here is legislation. And one of the biggest predicaments that we have faced on issues of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of public participation. Public participation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to take note of the ruling of the Supreme Court that happened the other day, Mr. Speaker, on the finance bill that was suspended by the court, Mr. Speaker. And the bench at the Supreme Court did a very thorough work, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate them because they have laid basis and foundation now for a proper public participation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members to read that judgment, Mr. Speaker, because that judgment has really, really helped this country. It has cleared the path for this country now and for Parliament to do proper legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 10 years or so, since the new constitution was enacted, Mr. Speaker, Parliament could not do this business, Mr. Speaker. Any legislation we do here, any act that is assented to by the President, Mr. Speaker, somebody goes to High Court and the High Court declares that act unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker, when in the actual sense, an act could have 73 or even 80 clauses, Mr. Speaker. And instead of a judge declaring the 10 or 15 clauses that someone has a problem with, many times judges have declared acts of Parliament unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. If you read the judgment of the Supreme Court now, Mr. Speaker, and I read that judgment last night, it gave me a lot of hope. And I said I must bring to the attention of members that now the country is going to the right direction in terms of legislation. The Supreme Court said, one of the best things the Supreme Court said is that Parliament doesn't have to convince the public on what they are doing or the legislation. They just need to inform them. Information, Mr. Speaker. You don't have to convince because we are here to legislate on behalf of Kenyans. We are exercising sovereign power that is delegated to us, Mr. Speaker. So the Supreme Court, in their own wisdom, said that you just need to inform the public. You don't need they don't have to agree with you. Because legislation is not being done in the public, it's being done in the floor of the House. One of the things that has shocked me about public participation, one time, one of the judges declared one of the acts unconstitutional. And he said that the advert that was released to the public was done in English and not Swahili. And himself is doing his judgment in English. He did not do it in Swahili, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, without belaboring the matter, time is ripe now for the public participation bill to come to this floor of the House. The Supreme Court has spoken on it. The Supreme Court has cleared the path. Now we need to get a proper public participation bill on the floor of the House so that we can dispense off with that matter once and for all. Kenyans have suffered. Kenyans have suffered in the sense that any legislation that is made by the representatives is normally declared null and void and unconstitutional by the courts, Mr. Speaker. The courts are legislating through, I don't know how to describe it, through the back door, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that matter must come to arrest. But I want the majority leader to weigh on this matter. And I also have the issue of femicide, Mr. Speaker. Femicide. Our women are being killed, Mr. Speaker, Kenyeji. Even today, there is one that has been killed and her body parts thrown at Isli, Mr. Speaker. At Isli. Another one, Atlangata. But her origin is from Isli. So, Mr. Speaker, that matter also we need to talk about it, but let the majority leader pronounce himself on the issue of the Supreme Court and public participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me first commend the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, for raising this issue on the matter of the judgment, and also take this opportunity to commend the Supreme Court. Because, Honorable Speaker, the architecture of our Constitution, and we must thank God that under the 2010 Constitution, the Supreme Court came into being. Because, Honorable Speaker, as an advisory court also, they have now set the pace, as the Honorable Junet Mohammed says, for us to be able to enact substantive legislation to guide our public participation exercises in the legislative processes of this House and even those of the other House and our county assemblies, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Leader of Minority that in line with Article 2 of our Constitution, that says that the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. And those democratically elected representatives are the men and women who sit in this House and in the Senate, Honorable Speaker. And more so in this House, because it is this House that represents the people. And that is why you will find also in this Constitution, many of the bills that become law can emanate from this House and become law without going to the other House, to the Senate, Honorable Speaker, because we represent the people while our Senate colleagues represent our counties. And that is why those bills that touch on counties and county governments must, as a matter of the Constitution, go to the other House and may also emanate from that House, but must be completed in this House. And that is why I've always argued, Honorable Speaker, since 2013, when we began this new system with the bicameral parliament, that we don't need to belabor which House is superior to the other. If one House can enact legislation and it becomes law by itself, and the other House cannot enact legislation and it becomes law by itself, it has to go to the other House, then it goes without saying which House is the upper House, Honorable Speaker. But that is not the point, Honorable Speaker. The point is that public participation has been abused by a number of our judges, especially in the High Court. And I must commend the Supreme Court and those other judges who have exercised judicial restraint in making determination as to what constitutes good public participation. And I've read previous judgments on qualitative and quantitative analysis of what is good public participation, Honorable Speaker. But the Supreme Court now has put it very well. And I want to agree with Honorable Junet that it was misconstrued that public participation is a referendum. And in fact, during the public participation exercise of the impeachment process of the former deputy president, there are those who argued that way. And there are those who believe that we are going to carry out a referendum exercise. Public participation is to go out and collate the views of the public. But it's still up to the members of parliament to consider the views of the members of the public. And they may not necessarily be the right views. And you know, Honorable Speaker, it is said that opinions are as many as, I don't want to say what they say out there, but you know what they say, that opinions are as varied as you know what. And everybody has theirs. Therefore, as many views as we will get from the public, Honorable Speaker, the onus is still on us as the lawmakers to consider all those views, balance those views against what the legislation that we are making seeks to achieve, Honorable Speaker. And take you back, Honorable Speaker, to the Finance Bill 2024. And Honorable Speaker, because I have seen the CS of National Treasury bring in a number of proposals that were very good proposals that were carried in the Finance Bill 2024, Honorable Speaker. We went out to collect views of the public through the public participation exercise that the member for Molo, the Honorable Kimani Kuria, spent, I think, close to 14 days seated in County Hall, listening to Kenyans. And Kenyans came in their numbers to give their views. They said they do not want taxation on bread. They said they do not want to see taxation on motor vehicles. Kimani Kuria and the Finance Committee did a report which was tabled and adopted by this House in second reading, agreeing with members of the public that there should be no taxation on bread, no taxation on motor vehicles. Kenyans out there from the manufacturing industry, Honorable Speaker, industry, appeared before the Finance Committee and told them that we are killing our manufacturing industry in Kenya because we are encouraging more of imports than local manufacturing. And it was players in the manufacturing industry through KEPSA, through the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that brought proposals that would protect our local manufacturing industry, made proposals to levy excise duty on completed or finished products being imported from China, the Far East, Europe, including diapers and sanitary towels. But what happened, Honorable Speaker? The public were incited to believe that this House was levying tax on all diapers, on all sanitary towels, and you remember our young daughters telling us in their parlance out there how our bunge hata hawataki tunyeshe sasa. You know, Honorable Speaker, how embarrassing when we saw it was when we watched our daughters, our teenage daughters, telling us that hatutaki wanyeshe. Whereas it is them that we sought to protect. It is our young mothers, our young daughters, our sisters we sought to protect from cheap, completed products of sanitary towels, which nobody can authenticate how hygienic they are. The standards that they've been manufactured under in the West and in the Far East, Honorable Speaker. And some of these Far East countries, Honorable Speaker, you know, they have no standards. You get what you pay for. And it is that we sought to levy excise duty on, so that we protect that local manufacturer who is manufacturing sanitary towels in Mlolongo, another one in Ruiru, another one in Juja, another one in Nakuru, Honorable Speaker. It is the farmer in Western Kenya and Luo Nyanza, and parts of Nyanza, Honorable Speaker, that we sought to protect, who has now been given cotton seed, BT cotton seed, to produce cotton for the value addition of these manufacturing industries, Honorable Speaker. It is the Kenyan youth who are on the streets we sought to protect, to create jobs for them in those factories here, Honorable Speaker. But what did we do? We were told, reject. We rejected, we lost jobs. We rejected, we exported jobs to the Far East. No wonder, Honorable Speaker, today, when CS Mutua announces 3,000 jobs, in Qatar, 30,000 Kenyans turn up at KICC. I want to plead with the Kenyan people, and more so our fourth state, Honorable Speaker. Let us be responsible in how we communicate to our people, because we end up misleading our people, and at times even us as political leaders, we are guilty, because we end up saying what we think is popular with the public, but not what is right. And I've said here, Honorable Speaker, before, what is right is not necessarily what is popular, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, in terms of public participation, I want to ask all our committees, when we embark on public participation, our work is to listen to the views of the public and balance it against the legislative proposals that we have and against the policies that we seek to anchor that legislation on, Honorable Speaker. Because it is only you who, upon being elected, like the member for Kajiado South, the people of Kajiado South believe that the member of Kajiado South is the best amongst their people, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, because he's among the best, of Kajiado South constituents, they entrust him to come and make laws on their behalf. And therefore, they expect the member for Kajiado South or the member for Kikuyu to know better. And by knowing better, to be able to know this legislative proposal that is before the House is anchored on the policy of import substitution. And therefore, you must balance the question of import substitution, the policy of import substitution, against the legislative or the tax proposals being made vis-a-vis the interest of business people who are importing cheap products that endanger our women, our young girls, Honorable Speaker, and it is only these honorable men and women in this House who can do that. Therefore, in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let me inform the minority leader that indeed the office of the Attorney General is in the wee hours of finalizing on the public participation bill, a substantive bill that now, even further informed by what the Supreme Court has said, will guide our public participation exercise moving forward, Honorable Speaker, so that we do not find many of the statutes that we enact into law in this House and in the other House, Honorable Speaker, being rendered unconstitutional on the basis of public participation. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by commending the honorable ladies and gentlemen in the Supreme Court who rendered that judgment that was very well informed, and we can now comfortably say that that Supreme Court has men and women, Honorable Speaker, who weighed in on the issues that will guide our country very well moving into the future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues, the minority leader and the majority leader. Number one, in commending and appreciating the judgment made by the highest bench, the Supreme Court, as far as public participation is concerned, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there was, like the minority leader has said, this can only be related to a study in jurisprudence, Honorable Speaker, that you and I know on a particular case. We call it the Spelunchian Explorers case, Honorable Speaker, and you and I know that very well, where because of lack of written law and quality jurisprudence that would have either convicted or acquitted the explorers, the Spelunchian Explorers, Honorable Speaker, there arose confusion in the bench where we found the Chief Justice hardly making decisions in that case. We found a positivist in the bench, I think Justice Keane. We also found a clear naturalist and one who even never wanted to touch. This question of public participation, Honorable Speaker, has brought a lot of confusion within our high courts and within our courts, Honorable Speaker, where one judge's view in the High Court in Kajiado, another judge's view in Kisii, another judge's view in Kerugoya, another one in Mombasa, and another one in South Mogrango. Very soon we'll get a High Court in South Mogrango. We are lucky to have a magistrate court so far. Honorable Speaker, when you read such laws, you will then be left wondering, and this House will be left wondering, which particular judgment would you want to refer to when creating your own jurisprudence in terms of making the public participation worthwhile, Honorable Speaker. And that is why it is very important for this Supreme Court to have come with a clear distinction on what this House on what this House ought to do in terms of public participation. Because, Honorable Speaker, I was mesmerized by definitions of what a quality. You know, I read one judgment that said what was a quality public participation. The parameters one created. You know, what we are suffering from, Honorable Speaker, is actually what I will call judicial activism, where some people, and I say this with tremendous respect to members of the judiciary, where some members of the judiciary, Honorable Speaker, decided to be activists and populists, start making populist decisions. In fact, you'll even be you'll be forgiven if you actually predict the outcome and then it comes exactly as it is, because you would see conversations on social media or now a judge would interpret this public participation direction, and the following day when you read that judgment, it is as exactly as it was written by some people on social media. I mean, this is mere judicial activism, Honorable Speaker. And the direction the Supreme Court has actually given us as far as public participation is concerned, it is a right jurisprudence. But again, I challenge this House to expedite the process of creating this law on public participation and create parameters. In as much as now we are using the jurisprudence that has been created, Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to expedite such laws, and I think the chairman is here and is well noting, and then we expedite such process so that we do not have such similar confusions in future, Honorable Speaker, where the same procedure used on a particular bill is rendered mute, while a similar procedure that has been used on a different bill has gone through a similar procedure, passed and enacted, and it's now law. That kind of confusion, Honorable Speaker, couldn't be explained. We had lost quality on making our jurisprudence in courts, and we really must commend the honorable judges for coming up with such very serious directions as far as this jurisprudence is concerned. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I have not allowed you to speak. Yeah, it takes the speaker to recognize you. When the speaker doesn't and you insist, you become disorderly, and it may cost your presence in this afternoon. Yes, so you are not yet recognized. Let Honorable Murugara proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of public participation is a very important issue in this country. And we allowed the Supreme Court for the interpretation and the guidance it has given to the House and to Kenyans as regards what exactly is public participation and to what extent should this House consider views collected from the public during public participation. Indeed, it is true, many people think that when we go for public participation, we should be collecting views and votes from the public, so that if the public votes against whatever it is we are proposing, then it fails. Nothing is far from the truth than that, because the fact remains public participation is purely to ensure that our public is well informed as regards the legislative proposals we have here or whatever action Parliament is taking, so that the public does not plead ignorance at any time. Two very important things to say. JLAC has two drafts of Public Participation Acts, which we are looking at. In fact, we had scheduled in December to be our deadline, so that we are able to produce something for the House to look at. But we are happy to hear the Leader of Majority saying they are also working on an Act of Parliament, which will be coming to us in due course and which we will be debating when the right time comes. Because part of public participation is the question which recently, on Monday, the newly appointed Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, posed to the judiciary. What is the difference between the public interest and the national interest? And which of the two is higher than the other? Because as far as public interest is concerned, and that goes with the public participation, there may be an element of mobilization towards rejecting a popular idea of the government. Is that what you should be calling public participation and the public interest? Or we should be looking at the bigger good of the country, what is beneficial to the country, and we should be carrying that as actually what entails public interest. All this is going to come before the House. we have to prepare ourselves so that we can enact one of the best laws in the country, guided by the judiciary, so that we produce an act of parliament on the public participation which is acceptable across. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kimani Kuria, you want to speak to this? I hope you are not laying. Okay.
So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in celebrating the Solomonic wisdom of the ruling by the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the reason why the finance bills for the last 2 years have become a subject of discussion in the whole country is because the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning made a deliberate decision that we would engage members of the public to seek their views and to have their voices heard on the matters that are going to affect their lives and matters that are going to affect our economy, Honorable Speaker. I, however, noticed, Honorable Speaker, that during the process, perhaps what we should have started with was civic education on what is a law-making process and how is a law-making process done. Because, Honorable Speaker, we saw even very educated people display their ignorance on the process of lawmaking. Honorable Speaker, I dare say that we had one of the most progressive reports that the Finance Committee of Finance and National Planning Committee tabled in this House, and this Honorable House approved at that reading. The issues that members of the public were raising had sufficiently been addressed in our report. And how we are finding now, Honorable Speaker, now, is that those matters that should have been passed in, for example, reducing the weight of taxes on payslips, by making these statutory deductions like SHA and housing levy become tax allowable for payee, were matters that we had considered. Honorable Speaker, we have thousands, if not millions, of Kenyans that were locked out of tax amnesty, a matter that we had considered and extended the tax amnesty to next year, where we are saying you pay your principal tax, or you have a commitment to your principal tax, and you have your interest and penalties all forgiven. But, Honorable Speaker, these matters were left, and we are hoping that as we consider several other legislative proposals that are coming to this House, that both the House and the members of the executive should consider civic education. And I'm happy because even our civil societies and our activists and even upcoming politicians have now taken upon themselves to understand how laws are made in this country. Honorable Speaker, even as we had the previous discussion about the impeachment of the Deputy President, there were questions about comparing how the process of assumption of office of a Deputy President was compared to that of the President of Botswana. Honorable Speaker, the difference is we have our 2010 Constitution, we have several laws in this country that spearhead such a program. And until a time when we change our Constitution or we change those laws of Parliament, those particular statutes and laws, then that will be the procedure. And therefore, I'm urging Kenyans that during the various respective legislative proposals that are coming to this House, the bills that are coming to this House, let us follow our Constitution, let us follow our laws to do it according to the laws of the Republic of Kenya. And let us take time to understand the lawmaking process, because unfortunately, we have no shortcut, because we must adhere to our 2010 Constitution as passed by the majority of people in this country. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
As I will only give 2 more members the opportunity to comment, then we can go back to main business. The Deputy Majority Leader, to be followed by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I want to weigh in what the Honorable Junaid has said about the ruling at the Supreme Court. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, that the Supreme Court actually asserted the doctrine of separation of powers. The doctrine of separation of powers. The Supreme Court, what it has done is to say, Parliament has work cut for itself. Allow Parliament to do its work. The judiciary has work cut for itself. Allow the judiciary to do its work. And I think this is a landmark ruling, Honorable Speaker, delivered by the Supreme Court. And this ruling will allow this country to move forward, government programs to move forward. Otherwise, the article on public participation became the Waterloo in the Constitution itself, because the Constitution could not move forward, implementation of laws could not move forward, because it was always taken back by the issue of public participation. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to say this, the High Court has continuously abused Article 165, 3D1 of the Constitution, which says that the High Court has jurisdiction on the interpretation of laws, including whether the law is consistent to the Constitution. That Article 165, Honorable Speaker, has been abused by the High Court in such a way that they became a supervisor of the legislature, which is not the role of the courts in this country. The courts cannot be supervisors. They have been given the mandate in the law, Article 165, to check and interpret to the extent to find whether the law is actually inconsistent with the Constitution. And I want to say this: the separation of powers must be respected. Parliament must be given opportunity to work, and this Parliament cannot be supervised by the whole High Court, but the High Court has a role to ensure what we pass here is consistent to the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, they picked the issue of public participation and wanted every law to fall on the sword of public participation. But I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen at the Supreme Court for asserting that we need to give Parliament an opportunity to work by actually giving that ruling, Honorable Speaker. I think Parliament and the nation. Otherwise, I would also say we also need to ensure that the courts do public participation on every ruling that they want to make, so that it becomes cross-cutting. But I want to join Honorable Junet for bringing this up, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the court and the Chief Justice for ensuring that now the issue of public participation will not be allowed to continue to abuse the authority of Parliament. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we need your numbers. For those who are leaving, we want to request for your patience because we need your numbers in order number 8. You remember we re-altered the order paper, awaiting some good numbers. So may I request that we allow Honorable Beatrice Elachi to say something to this, then we go back to the orders which require your numbers. We ask for your patience to stay within.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also appreciate our minority leader for bringing this matter. Mr. Speaker, for me, I want to thank the Supreme Court because they've gone back to the act of the Supreme Court. That indeed the purpose of why we had the Supreme Court in this country, and we really wanted as an aspiration for this country, was which court will be there for public interest. And when you look at the objects of the Supreme Court Act, it is very clear, especially at C, that they need to develop rich jurisprudence that respects Kenyans' history and traditions and facilitate its social, economic, political growth. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at all the cases we've gone through, one of the things that the High Court has always disregarded is public interest. What is this good? You find that in a judgment, Mr. Speaker, this is the same arm of government that has already received resources, it has spent that resources, and then you nullify the whole bill. But you are an arm of government that is spending also. And then there you wonder, what just happened in our country? So for me, we have gone through a rough time of public participation until the last one of Kerugoya. We had to go now to constituencies. At least we've come now to an agreement of both arms that indeed you need to notify, you need to ensure Remember, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are not the type where you will force them to come for public participation. And some will come and they will want you to facilitate them also to go. So it is not something they come willingly. So it is something that has really hurt many of the decisions that we have made. But also, just as I said in the morning, there is need also now we speak to the Senate. Because most of these cases, it is not about the courts. It is about us ourselves taking each other to court, which we have to now rethink. But lastly, we need to go back to court to appeal also the case of CDF to the Court of Appeal. As much as we know we are going to change it, it is important to appeal that there is a court that will understand for public interest, a law that has been there that has served for more than 25 years. What else can you do if you are a court? And when you look at that judgment of NCGDF, you wonder where the judges were reading. It is absolutely very unfortunate, that judgment. And so how I wish we can go back and relook at this judgment we were given on NCGDF and deal with it once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mwengi Mutuse. Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the important question that has been brought by the Honorable Junet Mohamed. To my understanding, Mr. Speaker, Supreme Court is a court that is supposed to balance between philosophical, technical, and political interests of a country. And if you look at the historical foundations of the creation of Supreme Court right away from America, you realize that it is a court that is supposed to create stability in a country. And therefore, for that particular purpose and for that historical understanding, allow me to join the rest of the members of this House in congratulating our judges of the Supreme Court in so far as balancing the philosophical, technical, and political interest in determining the place of public participation in our governance system. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, and having had a cursory look at the decision of the Supreme Court, I realize that the Supreme Court did lay grounds, factors, and the test that is to be relied upon in terms of initiating public participation for legislative work and for decisions on policy matters, in terms of how those decisions are going to be processed through the legislative system, but also importantly, the test upon which courts of law are going to use to determine whether public participation indeed has been applied satisfactorily, both qualitatively and quantitatively. And therefore, the invitation to this House to enact swiftly a law on public participation is most welcome. As my chairman, the Honorable George Gitonga Morogara, has said, in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, we had begun to look at ways of closing this gap because we were also aware, as a committee of the House involved in matters justice and matters law, that we cannot continue having a legal lacuna in terms of public participation. Because, as members have aptly put it, a lot of legislation, very good for the country, has been shot down because of misunderstandings. Just different judges reading from different scripts as to what is the place of public participation. And I will therefore be very supportive when finally the state publishes the public participation law in line with the decision of the Supreme Court. But also importantly, Mr. Speaker, as this House considers the question of public participation, we may also need to consider the question of a referendum law, because hand in hand with public participation is the place of a referendum in our governance system. And therefore, we'll be also urging the majority leader to also liaise with government, so that even as we enact a law on public participation, we also enact a law on referendum, so that the country is adequately resourced legally to deal with these two issues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. And I want to assure the House that having successfully impeached a Deputy President, I am not going to impeach any other person soon, because we cannot go lower than that. Thank you.
I think we allow the members who have spoken to the matter to speak on behalf of the whole House. Call order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. Question to be put.
Yeah, honorable members, I order. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, up to clause 79, and seek leave to sit again. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. First report on the implementation status of House resolutions on committee reports and public petitions. Mover to reply.
Again, the chairperson of the Committee on Implementation to reply as briefly as possible. We want to put the question to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply, and I want to thank the honorable members for their contributions, Mr. Speaker. And the most important thing that I want to ask those ministers and departmental heads, Mr. Speaker, that when they do budgeting, they need to include some money to enable the implementation of some of the resolutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to donate only 2 minutes to Honorable Mwenje.
The Honorable Raphael Wanjala, Chairperson, Committee on Implementation. If you intend to donate, you donate before you reply. So unfortunately for those members, they have been overtaken.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
so just
I reply. I beg to reply.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let me also put the question to this. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House adopts the first report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, we had reorganized the order paper. Can you go back to order 7? Order number 7. Yes, we pended the laying of order papers and some statements. The Chair, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 6th of November, 2024. The report on the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2032.
Thank you very much. Please lay. Do we deal with these people? Yes, then the Honorable Peter Francis Masara, the MP for Suna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, allow me also to welcome the delegation from Suna West, NGCDF, both the committee and the staff who are today the guests of the August House. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate them and those who are not here for working so hard to make Suna West shine the way it is shining. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, allow me, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the untimely passing on a veteran musician, Mrs. Lilian Nauma, popularly known as Princess Julie Alili Nyajogina, on Saturday, 12th October 2024, while undergoing treatment at the Migori Referral Hospital. Honorable Speaker, the late Princess Julie was a veteran Luo Benga singer who hailed from Suna West and became popularly known for the viral song Dunia Ni Mbaya. The song, which became social national anthem, was used to create awareness regarding HIV/AIDS. She highly contributed to the society through her music and fought against the stigma associated with the disease. Honorable Speaker, on my behalf and the people of my constituency, I wish to take this opportunity to condole with the family and friends of the late Mrs. Lillian Auma, popularly known as Princess Julie, the musical fraternity, the people of Kenya at large, for the loss of a veteran musician. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
As the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to convey my condolences to the family of Prince Julie. Mr. Speaker, Migori County has lost a very, very serious artist and a very serious person who has used music to teach people many things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Prince Julie, at the height of her career, when Kenyans were faced with the scourge of HIV/AIDS, Mr. Speaker, she came up with a set of music that has taught people how to behave and how to make sure that Kenyans live in a manner that they can stay away from that kind of disease, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, her burial is tomorrow. I want to say Paul to the family, Mr. Speaker. We have lost a great musician. We have lost a great artist, Mr. Speaker, and I hope and believe that one day somebody like her will emerge from our county who is going to be useful to the population, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Peter Masara, for that statement, and thank you, Minority Leader, for that recognition to Princess Julie. On behalf of the National Assembly, we record our condolences. And we pray for God's comfort and strength to the family of Princess Julie. The Honorable Julius Unkuli.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding two organizations known as SOS Mission and SOS Adventure operating in Kilgoris constituency. Honorable Speaker, several concerns have been raised regarding organizations that have established themselves near Olentore River in Kilgoris town under the names SOS Mission and SOS Adventure. It is unclear whether these two entities are distinct or are a single organization. At present, the majority of their employees appear to be foreigners. The organizations operate numerous heavy commercial lorries and other vehicles. Additionally, they have constructed a large warehouse and taken up premises to operate a restaurant. The objectives and activities of these two organizations are not clear to the local community and thus raising security concerns regarding their presence in the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, a comprehensive report on the foreigners who have settled in Kilgoris under the auspices of the SOS Mission and SOS Adventure. Two, provide information on whether the two organizations are duly registered and licensed to operate in the country and whether their employees have valid work permits. Three, details regarding the operations and activities of these organizations in Kilgoris. And four, the exact relationship between SOS Mission and SOS Adventure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is the relevant committee chair in the House? The Honorable Gabriel Tongo is not there. The able Vice Chair, the Honorable Dido Raso, is present. Could you commit on when you can give the statement?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe this is a matter of national security and also a matter of national concern, as raised by Honorable Sunkuli. But also going further,
you're saying
this is within the realm of NGOs. Most likely, they might have been allowed to operate in Kenya by NGOs, but within 2 weeks, we'll be able to give a brief back to the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Julius Sunkuli, you're satisfied by the commitment, no doubt.
Yeah, of course, the 2 weeks, but I'm not looking at it from the NGO angle. I'm looking at it from the security angle, because these are people we don't know what they are doing, and 2 weeks is good time to do the research.
So thank you for indulging the committee to that extent. I will go back to the order paper. As a response to the statement request by Honorable Mohamed Ado, the Chair, Departmental Committee, Agriculture, Livestock Development. Do you have the response? The Chair, Agriculture and Livestock Development Committee. Is it not that? Is the Vice Chair, Agriculture and Livestock Development Committee in the House? Yeah, you have the report ready? Give him the mic.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a statement regarding the status of the strategic promotion and development of dry land agriculture in Kenya.
Is Honorable Mohamed Ado in the House? Yeah, good.
Yes, we have a response to his statement. And the general overview of agriculture sector, dry land agriculture in Kenya is vital for enhancing food security, improving livelihood, and promoting sustainable development in arid and semi-arid areas. Over 75% to 80% of Kenya land is classified as dry lands, as initiatives focusing on this sector have been essential for addressing challenges posed by climate change, land degradation, and population growth. Number one, policy and strategic plans aimed at promoting dry land agriculture in arid and semi-arid regions, and clear framework, if any, to guide investment and interventions, including the development of water infrastructure for irrigation purpose. The response from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development has developed the following policies and strategies to promote dry land agriculture. Number one, National Agriculture Policy. The National Agriculture Policy aligns dry land agriculture initiative with the Kenya Vision 2030. Number two, Agricultural Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy. The strategy emphasizes the sustainable agricultural practices that enhance food security through transformation of agricultural sector for growth. Number three is climate change policies. These policies integrate dry land agriculture into into national climate change action plan, the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy, the Climate Smart Agriculture Implementation Framework, the Climate Smart Agriculture Monitoring and Evaluation Framework to enhance resilience to climate impacts. This includes promoting adaptation with mitigation benefits, strategies, and sustainable land management. Strategy number 4 is financial support and investment. This is done through public-private partnership to implement or to invest in infrastructure and technology for dry land agriculture. This includes access to credit facilities and insurance products tailored to farmers in dry land areas. Number 5 is research and development. Agricultural research institutions are supported to do research focusing on local or locally unique challenges and opportunities within dryland agriculture, fostering innovation and development of locally adopted solutions. Number 6 is social safety nets and food security programs. This is by ensuring alignment with programs aimed at improving food security, such as National Safety Net Program. The program supports vulnerable population in dry land regions during periods of drought, crops failure, such as crops and livestock insurances, subsidies such as fertilizer seeds and breeds. Statement number 2 is initiatives that the government has put in place to support farmers in ASAL's regions, including provision of knowledge and tools needed to engage in sustainable and productive agricultural activities. The response here is the government is implementing several projects aimed at supporting farmers in ASAL regions. One of it is one of the projects is CIVAP, which is covers Tana River, Machakos, Makueni, Kitui, Murang'a, Nyeri, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Nyeri, Nyandarua, and Bomet counties. This project period, the period that started is 2016 and it continues up to 2025. DRSLP covers Turkana, Baringo, West Pokot, Samburu, Marsabit, and Isiolo. The project period is between 2013 June and it ended in 2023. We have Brefon, which covers Turkana, Baringo, West Pokot, Samburu, Marsabit, Isiolo, and Garissa. And the project period is between 2022 and it will end in 2027. The KCSAP project, which covers Marsabit, Isiolo, Tana River, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, West Pokot, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, Nyeri, Tharaka Nithi, Lamu, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Busia, Siaya, Nyandarua, Bomet, Kericho, Kakamega, Uasin-Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, and Kisumu. This project period was started in 2014 and it will end this year, 2024. Statement number 3 is specific steps being taken to address the challenges of water scarcity, poor infrastructure, and high cost of accessing input in dry land areas, particularly roads, water supply infrastructure. And the response is as follows. The challenges are addressed by implementing the following projects: soil fertility, soil and water management, irrigation and drainage management, agroforestry systems, and bioenergy systems. Number B is small-scale irrigation and value addition project, which is CIVAP. The projects has implemented the following activities in ASAL areas: 11 irrigation schemes, 19 micro-irrigation schemes, 48 water pumps or earth dams, 49 boreholes and shallow wells, 41 additional boreholes under construction, 18,087 hectares catchment, watershed under development, 419 kilometers of rural road under rehabilitation, 45.9 additional kilometers of roads under construction, 7 post-harvest handling market and grading sheds have been constructed. 3 additional grading sheds under construction. 3 livestock sale yards have been constructed. 4 additional livestock sale yards under construction. 12 processing facilities. 11 honey processing. 1 mango processing. 2 pasture reseeding plots of 200 acres. And 205 income generating activities. Groups supported with assorted equipment to boost production and value addition. Number C is droughtless resilient and sustainable livelihood program, which is DRSLP. The program has implemented a number of projects, which include 7 irrigation schemes, 27 water pans, 110 boreholes, 10 shallow wells, 5 subsurface dams, 25 livestock sale yards, 25 hay shed stores, 910 acres of commercial pasture plots, 6 vet laboratories have been equipped, 4 cattle dips constructed, 40 groups supported with value addition equipment of honey production and marketing for income generating activities. Number D is planned and ongoing intervention by building resilience for food and nutrition security, that is PREFON. They have actually been able to do 28 water pans, 28 boreholes, 28 shallow wells, 28 subsurface dams, 21 livestock market upgraded and equipped with disease surveillance, 14 livestock market under construction, 28 fodder banks, which is 16 fodder banks under construction, 7 pasture demonstration plots, 7 irrigation schemes, 7 irrigation water users association formed and strengthened. And number 4 of the statement sought is provision of a report on the current agricultural policies that align with National Development Agenda, particularly Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda with respect to and how the government intends to balance investment between wetland areas and dry land regions to ensure equitable and sustainable agricultural growth across the country. The response is the agriculture policies that align with National Development Agenda are 1, Agricultural Center Transformational and Growth Strategy, ASTGs, Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy and its implementation framework, and Agriculture Mechanization Policy. And that's the end of the statement, which was sought by Honorable Mohamed Ado. Response to that particular statement. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mohamed Ado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really would like to thank Honorable Brighton Yego for attempting to answer the questions I had put. That is not the statement I had sought. What we have is a very shallow, very, very shallow statement that does not meet the requirements of what I had requested. What we got from the honorable member is just an enumeration of probably what the Ministry of Agriculture has done in different parts of the country. Honorable Speaker, 80% of the landmass of this country are in the arid areas. Yet we have continued concentrating agriculture only in the wetlands. And I also refuse the notion that terms Nyeri, Nyahururu, Meru, Bomet, Muranga as arid or semi-arid lands. So I am totally unsatisfied with the answer that's been provided by the ministry, because all these projects that have been enumerated here, we are seeing 11 irrigation schemes, 19 micro-irrigation schemes, 48 ponds and earth dams, 49 boreholes, and so many other figures. And they're not saying exactly where these projects have been initiated. Honorable Speaker, I am aware of farmers very eager to grow their own food and sell the rest to surplus. People who are struggling with lack of water. They have the land, they have the human resource, but they have very little help, not from the county governments and not from the national government. And that is why I brought that question to the floor of the House. I'm deeply unsatisfied. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this Parliament, I represent the pastoralists. Almost 90 plus of us who come from the arid, semi-arid lands. There's a lot of money that the Ministry of Agriculture, in our name, that money appears to be used. But it is not really used in the ASAL. It is being used elsewhere. I wish the chairman for Budget and Appropriation Committee should be in the House to get it very clear from us as the members of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group that if money is being borrowed from the World Bank, the IMF, in our name, it should cease to be borrowed to support ASAL, because that money is not doing what it is supposed to do. When somebody says Nyeri is arid and semi-arid, I know Laikipia. I know a bit of Laikipia. Some of these so-called arid areas, it is a new founded thing. It is fashionable to call yourself a pastoralist or you come from an ASAL area, just because you want to dip your hand into the pocket of what should help those marginalized and those far-flung areas that should be helped. Honorable Speaker, we have been around in this country for a while. We know even when you go to Nyanza, there are areas that are ASAL. But it is a deliberate effort by those who are cutting the cake. Let us cut it for our people. I think what Honorable Ado has asked is very clear. What Honorable Chairman has read there is quite unsatisfying. What we really want as ASAL is to sit with the Ministry of Agriculture, the PS and the Minister, and to tell us those projects you are saying, because none of those irrigation are in the ASAL. There are very few boreholes that are there. And I think it's quite unsatisfying. Yes, we cannot kill the messenger. The chairman is reading what the ministry has just written down. But the important thing is we need to cause a more deliberate meeting for the members of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group to sit with the ministry and get a satisfying answer. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Professor Jaldesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my voice that the response given by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture is unsatisfactory. If you tell them to list for us those 18 irrigation schemes, the 28 boreholes, they are not there. At least they are not in the ASAL areas. So when you are given a set report to come and you struggle to read it in Parliament, you need to have said, actually you need to have read and convinced yourself that what you are reading to the House is something reasonable. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are many people don't live in ASAL areas, arid and semi-arid, but because they want to take advantage of the affirmative action which was there in the Constitution, everybody wants to claim that they are in ASAL. That's why you talk of Bomet being in the ASAL, Nyeri being in ASAL, Muranga being in ASAL. What ASAL is there in Nyeri? Have you seen actually an arid and semi-arid land in this country? Why should people who are living in good areas, climatic condition, want to claim that they are also in ASAL so that they can benefit the little that was meant to have been allocated to the people who have been marginalized from 1965 by sessional paper of 1965, sessional paper number 10. You want to continue to reap on the little benefit that we were supposed to get in the 2010 Constitution. So, Nyeri town cannot be ASAL, and I don't know why the tallest man wants to talk about these things. So, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Anthony Madenge, I hope you are not insisting that Nyeri town is an ASAL. What is out of order?
The Honorable Jaldesa.
Honorable Jaldesa, just take your seat so that you can. You are
Mr.
standing
Speaker.
under which standing order provision?
Mr. Speaker, order number 95, standing order number 95. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Jaldesa cannot come in this house and pretend that the classification of ASAL is based on his definition. It is a well-documented policy in this country. Nyeri, Kieni constituency, which is 52% of the county, is ASAL. And in case he has not gone there, he passes there on his way to his constituency. I have offered to give him a tour.
The Honorable Anthony Madenge, that is a point of argument. You should ask for opportunity to tell us about how those regions could be affected. Can you be done?
Mr. Speaker, you know there is something called Equalization Fund which was created by the 2010 Constitution to look after those who have been marginalized by the 1965 sessional paper. Now everybody wants to be marginalized. Everybody wants to feed on the school program because they think that
What is happening between the MPs from Meru County and the MPs from the ASAL areas? Yeah. Let us allow each one of us to make their contributions. You may have arguments, but let us allow each of us. That is how we sustain a good debate. Honorable Jaldesa, be done.
So, Mr. Speaker, there are areas which have been suffering from hardship from the time, and they have been categorized as hardship areas, and people working there have been given hardship allowance. Those are actually the hardship, the ASAL areas. Now, even when everybody, even the ones from Kisi, because they get too much rain, they say they are in hardship. So, let us be fair. The drought, the programs which were said, the programs which have been listed.
The Honorable Rindikiri. Order. Honorable Rindikiri. Honorable Rindikiri, you are running afoul of our standing orders. You can consult at a tone that allows us to debate. Be done, Honorable Jaldesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And don't be bowed or cowed. I was personally asking myself why Yoma Bay Town constituency is getting 6 million equalization fund. Yes, so don't be worried. Make your points. Because when you make them, members can resolve better for the good of the entire country.
So, Mr. Speaker, let us be sympathetic and considerate to the people who have been marginalized and have suffered hardship of all forms since independence, so that the rest of us, if there are those 28 boreholes, we want to know exactly where those boreholes are. If there were fodder farms and whatever they are, we need to know exactly where those things are so that people know that we have benefited. But when it's on the paper and people have a tendency of using this money on paper.
Honorable Jaldesa, you have 10 seconds.
Okay. So with those things, I think the report which was given by the committee is unsatisfactory, and I request through you, Mr. Chair, the Speaker, that these people will give us a better report on the question that were asked. Thank you.
So before we give final directions, let me allow the Honorable Kainan, because of rank, and the Honorable Beatrice Elachi to tell us how Nairobi is an asal after that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to empathize with the Honorable Mohammed Ado for bringing this very important question. But equally, I also appreciate the answer brought by the Honorable Yegon. And you can see, Mr. Speaker, the confused role of a member of parliament in this constitutional infrastructure which is clouded, which doesn't make sense at all. We're asking a question to our honorable colleague. The honorable colleague is disadvantaged because he's denied the right information by those who are tasked with this, that is the minister and the PS. I want to request the Honorable Ado, first of all, to direct this question to the CS Agriculture so that he comes here and we can direct the question. I think that is one. Two, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the preamble, the third clause, the preamble of the current constitution, it says, proud, the first one, it says, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God. I don't know whether you can request the members to consult.
The Honorable Anthony Oluoch and is that Honorable Charles Nguna? You are disrupting the contributions of Honorable Kainan.
Mr. Speaker, in the preamble it says, this is the preamble of the current constitution. We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggle to bring freedom, and this is the word, freedom and justice to our land, proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. Mr. Speaker, this preamble is not out of the blue. The framers of the current constitution had in mind what can bring together under the sovereign Republic of Kenya the membership of the 42 nation states, Mr. Speaker, including the Somali nation state, the Luo nation state, and many other nation states, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that being the case, there is no country that does not have a disadvantaged region because of nature. Mr. Speaker, even at the end of the Second World War, Marshall Plan was a product to uplift the economic, social, political status of those vanquished nations, Mr. Speaker. In our case, after we got our independence, Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 was a product, Mr. Speaker, of the petit bourgeoisies, the privileged individuals who wanted to further sideline those who are already sidelined, Mr. Speaker. That is why that paper, when you mention it, for us who come from the disadvantaged regions, we feel that is the second attempt in...
Yeah, the Honorable Omboko Milemba is on a point of order, Honorable Kainan. Just take your seat a minute.
I have had a very keen interest in this matter, Honorable Speaker. And more than often, whereas I want to stand with the people and the citizens within the arid areas, and I'll be speaking on this later to support you, but I don't believe that it's in order for an honorable member, and which they do often and all the time, I'm a teacher of history and government, to keep on referring to the Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965 as a very weak document, as a basis of the argument locus standi. The man behind that paper was Tom Mboya, a brilliant son of African Kenya who Kenyans wanted to forget. Let's indicate that things have since changed, but the Sessional Paper 10 of 1965 is not a document to vilify on the floor of this House simply because we want to achieve what we are now intended to achieve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mboko, that is a point of argument. I'll of course be giving you a chance to give us further perspectives. But be done, be done.
Trying to amplify is this. And I want to plead with the patron of the pastoralist parliamentary group. The era of lamentation is gone. Let's forget about that. The framers of the current constitution gave us an opportunity to catch up with other Kenyans by providing for the equalization fund. The equalization fund has not been implemented. Yet we are over 105 members of parliament in this August House. We need to go back to the drawing board. Let me finish this. We need to go back to the drawing board and deal with decisively, legally, constitutionally, for those who want to further marginalize. And you know them. They are in offices. These are the technocrats. What I want to suggest is this. Under the leadership of the pastoralist parliamentary group, this is a very important issue. We will not allow to go to the next decade under this marginalization. So what I want to say is this, Mr. Speaker. This question, the Minister of, I am in receipt of a document. It's not only the Minister of Agriculture. In fact, irrigation is not defined. Irrigation, livestock. If you go to both the Bretton Woods institutions and the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that you will realize is that all funds directed, and I want Honorable Ado to hear this, all funds meant, Mr. Speaker, for the disadvantaged region are being diverted by the technocrats. It is not the mistake of the members of parliament. It is the mistake of the technocrats in the ministries. So I want to suggest, Mheshimiwa Ado, bring a motion. We censure that person who is in charge of this particular phenomenon. Bring a motion, bring a question so that the minister can be taken to task. And equally, we need also to amplify our role, because I feel so sad today that, Mr. Speaker, you are around. Let me repeat this, and this will be my final comment. Under the current constitutional infrastructure, there were 3 contending groups, actually 4, and you fit in one of them. One group wanted a pure parliamentary system, and you know the component. Another group wanted a pure presidential system. 2 other groups, another group wanted devolution, and finally, those who are disadvantaged, we said, can we have equalization and devolution? These 2 are not working today. We need to go back to the drawing board and address our challenges within the Constitution, so that never again shall we be at the mercy of a particular individual. We will not claim to be marginalized again and cry for the mercy of individuals who are not better than us. So I want to resist. That is not the approach. Let us deal with the technocrats who want to use through their cocoon approaches to further marginalize, so that they remember also in this modern day Kenya, Mr. Speaker, I shall not, my rights will not be at the mercy of any individual. The rights of my constituents should not be at the whim of any individual, Mr. Speaker. It should be God-driven right, it should be constitutionally placed, constitutionally driven, and constitutionally centered rights, Mr. Speaker. And that's why the framers were very generous. So I want to believe with you, colleagues, my patron here, and other colleagues, can we have a crisis meeting to address this and dissect the budget, and I will repeat this, the budget phenomenon is being used to further marginalize regions, and agree that every Kenyan has the right to get a portion of the national cake. It is not a favor. It is not a privilege. It's not something that will be going to the offices to go and demand for this. So, Mr. Speaker, will be demanding. Bring that more report. Bring that question to the floor, and certainly we will take those individuals to task. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that indeed each region must find itself on the table to ensure that equitable distribution of resources is done, but honestly also, it is us leaders who have let down our people. You cannot tell me since we started devolution that the monies that have gone to counties, and especially we agreed as a country that monies of devolution will be more than any other region, so that our brothers and sisters from the ASAL area can also grow based on that, and also the monies of equalization fund. And today again we are here on the same. If it is NCGDF, we are the same. I will tell you, in Nairobi, if you are talking about poverty, you are talking about people do not have, people are sleeping hungry. Walk into Nairobi houses, You will find that. But for us to always close our eyes and assume that it will be always business as usual. Mr. Speaker, very soon we shall be telling ourselves here, every constituency must have a shareable from this division of revenue so that we see this development we always talk about. So I just want to tell my brothers, your governors have also failed you. They need to have developed this area for the last 14 years, Mr. Speaker. I don't support this, Mr. Speaker.
This was a request for statement. We neither require support or opposition to it. And I think we have done enough with it. Honorable Sarah Korere, what is burning so much? I've only allowed this because the matter is important, but I want to give directions on it. And I've also allowed it only because the CS is not coming and we have an extended sitting. But members would agree we are beyond our deliberation on statements for the time, therefore. Honorable Korere, proceed.
Shukrani Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, napenda kukubaliana na ndugu yangu Mohamed Ado, na pia namsikitikia sana mwenzetu aliyojaribu tu kujibu hiyo swali kwa niaba ya wizara ama idara husika. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nilipokuwa nasikiza majibu yake ni ya kukasirisha pia kidogo. Maana ukweli ni kwamba kuna fedha tu taslimu ambayo imeachwa katika idara hii ili kushughulikia maneno ya sehemu kame katika kukuza chakula, ili tusiwe watu wa kuombaomba. Saa zingine watu wetu wanawekwa kwa aibu kila siku kusimama na gunia kuongojea kupewa kilo moja ama kilo mbili ya mahindi. Kwa hivyo mheshimiwa, nataka kusema hivi, majibu waliopeana ni ya kukera sana na haina msingi yoyote. Na saa zingine pia hawa chairman ama chairman wa kamati waje waangalie sana, wasije wakadhalilishwe na hawa mawaziri kwa kupeana majibu kiholela holela ambayo haijibu chochote ambayo kimeulizwa. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
The Honorable Bishop Koske.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of ASAL areas and marginalization as a theme since independence, I think it is about time, Mr. Speaker, we revisit the definition of the terms we have used over time. This country, after 60 years of independence, and even after, through our constitutional guidance as established by Article 204 of our Constitution, where the Equalization Fund was domiciled, it is about time that we think ASAL areas could be even richer than all other parts of the country. 88% of the land mass underneath, Mr. Speaker, we got natural resources which needs to be exploited into the interest of our people. In fact, we have minerals. So we need to improve from 0.5 just for sinking boreholes and doing these mitigative projects, Mr. Speaker, into real survey of our natural resources lying underneath. In fact, in marginalized areas and in ASAL areas, got wealth that it has, in estimation, you will find it can run the economy of this country more than 100 years to come. We have oil, we have minerals of any kind, and some people have gone into those areas for what you call speculation and bought land and privatize it because they know that it is quite rich. We would like to redirect these particular resources of 0.5 and enhance it even better and use it in discovering what can help our people from the ASAL areas. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to make my own point by saying, let us advance this argument better and make it useful for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have other statements to deal with. It was not a call for debate. I want to give directions which will enable us to participate over the matter better and to come up with a more workable solution. I know Honorable Watch wants to speak about Mathare as ASAL. Honorable Rueda Obo wants to speak about Lamu as an ASAL. I can tell you there is a part of my constituency which does not receive enough rain, but it is not ASAL. So I want to direct as follows. We have other business to transact and other reports also to receive. The manner in which this matter was approached is a bit restrictive because it was brought by way of request for statement. And looking at it, this is a matter that is raising fundamental policy around agriculture in our arid areas. It is a vast, part of our country, a year over 80%. So I wanted to direct that with the interest shown and with the potential in these regions, if they were to be harnessed in terms of agricultural production, Honorable Brighton, go back to your committee, sit with the chair. You can invite all these members who are interested, give them due notice, call the cabinet secretary involved and undertake an inquiry so that you look at how this policy, if existent, is working, and if not existent, how we can do a policy around this to secure that the country is food sufficient. I think, honorable members, we leave it at that. Do you have the report in respect of the statement by Honorable Robert Gishimu ready? And yes. Is Honorable Robert Gishimu in the House?
Yes.
And Honorable Kirish, we are assured that if he has something to talk about this, he will be duly recognized. Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are well guided on how we are going to approach this issue of promoting development of agriculture in dry and ASAL areas. Actually, the ministry has brought in 4 projects that they are working on in ASAL areas. And they have expounded, but we need to further instruct the ministry to give us the specific areas and the names of where they are implementing these projects, because they've given us so much projects, like 49 boreholes in small scale irrigation and value addition projects, but they've not stated where it is. They've given us 419 kilometers of road networks that they are rehabilitating, but they have not given us the naming. So I think this one, we will tell the ministry to expound more on the same, so that the members that are affected in the ASAL areas can be able to know even where these projects are being implemented.
And as a committee, you can move suo moto, really.
Yes.
Call the minister and just ensure that the interest that the members are putting forth are duly catered for in national interest.
Yes, because these projects are billions, are in billions, and we must account for and give members or give farmers value for their money. Okay, I have a statement here. Response to statement regarding payment of tea bonuses from Kimunye and Tumaitha tea factories for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Brighton, have you given Honorable Robert Gishimu a copy of that statement?
Yes, Robert Gishimu has a copy.
Yeah, then would I request, for the sake of time, that you just move to the material parts?
Okay. Yeah, because it's a long response. Response number 1 concerning Kimunye and Tumaita tea factories, the discrepancy with regards to bonus. Tea bonus is a second payment to tea farmers payable at the end of each financial year. And every month, the tea farmers in Kimunye and Tumaita tea factories are usually paid an initial amount of 25 shillings, which is an advance against their green leaf delivered, since the proceeds from the tea are only realized 45 days from the delivery of green leaf to the factory due to processing and sale activities. Tea bonus, which is actually what we call its second payment, is therefore the net of the price realized minus the cost of production, including the monthly payment. And there is an analysis to that effect between the two factories, which is Kimunye Tea Factory and Tumaita Tea Factories. Price realized at the tea auction is dependent on the quality of tea produced by each factory, which is dependent on the many factors, including the quality of green leaf, post-harvesting, handling, and manufacturing practices at the tea factory, in addition to the price of tea, which is also influenced by the historical tea buyers' perception regarding the quality of tea produced by specific tea factory. And other factors include prevailing demand and political situation in the market and the effects of global and economic shocks. In regards to this, the average price varies from factory to factory. There are also other issues like cost of production, which also varies from factory to factory depending on the cost within the factory, and transport, labor, administrative cost, the energy, among others. Factories with efficient machinery and operations are able to realize lower cost of production. And also, the tea bonus is usually calculated at the end of the financial year, after all revenue and costs have been determined, and financial statement prepared and audited by an external auditor. The financial statements are then presented to the factory boards for approval, together with the proposed rate of bonus subsequent to which the directors disseminate the same to the factory and shareholders. There is clarification on amount reserved on retained from farmers' payment per kilo of green leaves, and specific purpose of this reserve or retention, and whether they can actually be dispersed as part of additional payment to farmers beyond the declared bonus. And the response from the ministry is that from the above analysis, the only amount that has been retained can be distributed is 4,887 and 44 shillings for price stabilization in Kimunye Tea Factory. Actually, there is a comparison between the retention of capital expenditure of the two factories, which is Kimunye Tea Factory set aside 54.3 million for placement of various machines that are critical to the functioning of tea factory, like boiler at 40 million, pre-sorter machine at 1.5 million, bin elevator at 1.4, replacement of withering fans at 3.6 million, withering steam valves upgrade at 3 million, disposal of asbestos at 2 million, and storage of bins at 4.5 million. And then in Tumaita Tea Factory, through an irrevocable resolution agreed to retain 11.5 million for the tea packing machine costing 2 million, winnower for 4.5 million, manual latte, and among other machines that were the amount was set aside to be purchased. Proposed dividend relates to the returns to the holders of commercial shares in accordance with the articles
there is just one
of association.
Yeah.
Retention of price stabilization of Kemunye Tea Factory is a provision to cater for future negative price fluctuations of the factory teas in the market. Statement sort number 4 is basis in which KTDA National Chairman, Mr. Enos Njeru, publicly declared that the bonus payment for the period will be at least 60 per kilogram of green tea leaves.
What is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
I don't want to disrupt the presentation by the Deputy Chair Agriculture. But Honorable Speaker, you gave a directive that he just goes into the material in terms of response because the Honorable Member has read, and therefore I thought, Brighton, you could restrict yourself to the guidance of the Speaker.
Brighton, why don't you go to the specifics in terms of the statement requested? I was in a parliament, Honorable Members, in Philippines, and where a report or a statement has been given to the member seeking it and they are satisfied, it is just passed. Where a member has something to raise further, the member indicates before the statement is called by the House. So why don't you just go to the specific responses straight away so that we save time?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes the farmers are following this matter of discrepancy between the bonus between different factories of KTDA is a thorny issue. In fact, in my area, we lost one life because of agitation and the discrepancy between the bonus from west and east.
You're right.
And that is why
proceed.
This matter is being followed by farmers so that they can be able to account for where their bonuses went to. And I'm in final actual response. Number 4, during the last election for directors held in July 2024, candidates for the position of tea factory directors, including Mr. Enos Njeru, who is also the zonal board member of KTDA national chairman, used the rate of bonus payment as a bait to persuade tea farmers in voting for them. In regards, Mr. Enos Njeru promised tea farmers in Kirinyaga County that they would be paid 60 shillings per kilo of green leaves delivered to the factory. The promise was supposedly made based on the 9 months accounts, which is from July 2023 to March 2024, which usually has not taken into account certain expenditures like external audit fees, depreciation and amortization, taxation and dividends. In addition, the factory tea prices declined from US dollar 3.2 in March 2024 to US dollar 2.8 in June 2024, while the exchange rate also declined from $1, which was equals to 139 shillings, to $1, which is now coming to 129 shillings over the same period. Consequently, the farmers in the region have been boycotting plucking of tea, agitating for an increase of bonus from the declared 46 to 60 shillings promised during the campaigns. However, normalcy has been resumed in the factory, but there was an attempt to hold a special general meeting on 15th of October to remove the current directors who were voted into office in July 2024. Of course, there is a summary of payment of green leaf by KTDA managed factories for the financial year 2023-2024. With those few remarks, Chair, that is the response by the ministry concerning the two factories, Kimunye and Tumait.
The Honorable Robert Gishimu is no doubt satisfied.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by thanking the Chair, the Vice Chair, and the Committee on Agriculture for coming up with that response. Matters tea in my constituency are very, very important for almost half of the population who entirely rely on this crop. And I sought this statement so that I can be able to relate to the farmers who I represent, who normally sell their tea at Kemunye and Thumaita tea factories. And since the facts have already been given, and since there is also a pending comprehensive audit report from the Tea Board of Kenya, and these farmers will also be holding annual general meeting before the end of this year, I think this information will be very, very important for them to be able to ask all the relevant questions in respect of the tea bonus payment. I'm happy that all the farmers from Kemunye Tea Factory and Thumaita Tea Factory have resumed tea plucking, and so that they don't lose any. Actually, I advise them to continue plucking tea so that I can be able to follow up on this statement. So I'll be able to relate to them, but there are pertinent issues that will be raised from this response, because among us, the machines that have been listed to be bought by one of the factory called Thumaita Tea Factory, some are listed specifically, but there is an amount of 22.5 million set aside for various machines. So I think those are some of the clarifications my farmers will be seeking from the leadership of these factories, who are the directors. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I think it is important for the directors, when they are seeking for their votes, to be very cautious and very sensitive on matters, finances, and especially on tea bonus payment. They should not use figures as a bait for them to be elected, and which might also not be achieved, as it happened in this matter, because most of the issues that were raised was based on what had been promised. And if they had not verified on the issues of the sales, the issues, the dollar, and all those manner of things, I think I would advise them to be very cautious, including the chairman of the Kenya Tea Board of Kenya, which has already been admitted in the response, that he used that promise that tea factories will be paying in Kirinyaga not less than 60 shillings so that he can be elected. The chairman KTDA, Mr. Enos Jeru, please do not mislead farmers. Give factual information on matters, figures. Where you don't know, leave it. The market will determine the figures that the farmers will be paid, but do not mislead the farmers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Robert Gishimu. The Honorable Vice Chair for Agriculture Committee, you have the response for the Honorable Sarah Korere.
Yes, I have response concerning list of agricultural development ADC land in Rumuruti in Laikipia County. Details of the private investor that the Agricultural Development Corporation lists 15,000 acres of land in Rumuruti, Laikipia County, and the response from the ministry is as follows. The Agricultural Development Corporation, ADC, through its subsidiary Land Limited, owns approximately 63,220 acres in Rumuruti, Laikipia County. Out of these 63,220 acres, 15,000 acres were leased to the company called Waragus Limited. And the particulars of Waragus Limited directorship are as referenced in the attached CR12 document, and which there is a document there for CR12, and the report has been shared to Sarah Korere, Mheshimiwa. Number two, a report of the procedure followed by ADC in leasing of the said property, including the report on public participation conducted, if any, and the response from the ministry is as follows. The lease of property of Waragus Limited was conducted under the Authority of Agricultural Development Corporation Act, Cap 444, specifically Section 13. This section empowers the ADC board to engage in commercially viable ventures and also to enter into all such transactions as it deems necessary for or conducive to the performance of its function. According to the board, the board has the mandate to manage ADC resources, including leasing land to enhance economic benefit. In line to this mandate, board followed the procedure rules and procedures to ensure transparency and accountability in the investment of the project, which include leases, joint ventures, and concession arrangement. Public participation in the ventures is facilitated through open tendering as required by the procurement laws, ensuring fairness and openness with regards to the decision-making process. Therefore, in this case, the leasing process involved in the public participation through open tendering mechanism, fully complying with the relevant procedures, regulations, and maintaining the transparency expected in the ADC commercial ventures. And there is an attached extract dated 14 of September 2015 in the Annex 2, which has been given to Sarah Korere. Okay, number 3 and final one, steps to be taken to reverse the release if determined to have been prearranged. And the response from the ministry is as follows. The lease agreement between the ADC and Waragus Limited provides for the termination and exit clause, which outlines the conditions under which either party can end the lease. And if it is determined that this lease was prearranged, or that any party has failed to meet the obligation under the terms of the agreement, a notice of terminate can be issued in accordance with the provisions of the lease. The termination process would begin by issuing a formal notice specifying the grounds for termination based on the failure of one or both parties to fulfill the obligation. And finally, this allows the reversal of the lease through mutual agreement or, if necessary, through legal channels. If dispute arises regarding compliance with the terms of the agreement, should both parties agree, the lease can be terminated amicably, or further legal procedures may be pursued if contested. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's the response from the ministry.
The Honorable Sarah Korere. Yes, Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, again, I want to thank the Vice Chair of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture for attempting to answer. But Speaker, again, it goes without saying, the response is shallow and annoying. Because, Speaker, no ADC Mutara is a 63,000 acres piece of land in Laikipia. And clearly, the intentions of the government to have such a parastatal there was to do breeding and even upgrade the breeds of the neighboring communities who are pastoralists by breeding for them. And Speaker, as we speak, it's an open secret. ADC Mutara does not have a single cow. A whole parastatal run by the public taxpayers' money with less than 1,000 goats. Doesn't make sense to have it there. And Speaker, to even make the matters worse, leasing land to one Waragus Limited, who purport to be livestock keepers, but now who are subleasing grass to the local community. So if my constituents want to go and graze in ADC Mutara, they have to pay some monies to this company. And I was just wondering, if they really had to lease that land to people who are livestock keepers, did they have to go and shop for livestock
livestock keepers elsewhere when we have them just around them in the immediate neighboring. So, Speaker, I want to say I'm not satisfied because, in fact, the answer is clouded in a lot of mischief or something that is being hidden. I want to say, Speaker, I will retreat and redraft a question direct to the CS for Agriculture, because I think if we go in that kind of manner of answering things here, will not get to the bottom of this matter. And Speaker, I'm saying this because Laikipia is one place where the locals have always been marginalized by their land being taken away in the name of investment. Recently, Speaker, somebody was given 400 acres of land to build a rehabilitation center to rehabilitate drunkards. 400 acres. I don't know whether these guys were supposed to come and grace there, like literally, you know. While the people, the indigenous people of Laikipia are still squatters. So now you are leasing 20,000 acres to Aragus. You are giving another 400 acres to the former second lady to build a rehabilitation center. I'm in support of rehabilitating our youth, but I think 10 acres is enough to do a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center. That is why we cannot just sit here and see land being leased left, center, and right in the name of investors, but in real sense, people are stealing land from the locals.
Honorable Brighton, do you want the committee to move on its own motion and interrogate the matter deeper, or you would prefer Honorable Korere brings the question? She indicates she may bring.
Speaker, Honorable
because clearly there appears to be some issues beyond.
Yes, Honorable Korere has brought in more issues than what was asked in this particular, and there are very serious issues of that matter which needs more investigation, we will therefore take it back to the committee to do further investigation on the matter of the land that is. She said has been leased out irregularly. Maybe she can also pursue the other route of a question, but ask.
No, not necessary. Take it up on your own motion. You know the inadequacies of statements, but ultimately we are resolving issues of concern to Kenyans whom we represent. So take it up. Invite Honorable Korere, invite the sector heads, the cabinet secretary involved, and in each case where you have promised you will be undertaking inquiry or further investigations, do it expeditiously and ensure there is a report before the House, which we can then all debate and enrich for proper policy in the direction. Honorable Karoli, we want to go into other business.
No, I'll be very brief. Honorable Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity. As a matter of fact and law, lease of government land, whether owned by a parastatal or directly by central government, is actually privatization. So when they're investigating this matter, they should tell us how the leasing of that land fits within the Privatization Act and within the privatization process. Because what ADC owns, when you lease to a third party, a private party, you have actually undertaken privatization. I am sure when the land in Laikipia was leased, there was no privatization plan brought to this house. There was no scheme brought to this house. There was no approval of this house. So all those leases are illegal, and anybody holding ADC land under lease is actually somebody who has committed a crime. And that is the position in law. So when you do the investigations, be very clear. Tell us when the privatization plan was approved by this house for the leasing of ADC land. And that goes to even the land at the University of Nairobi and Moi University. I think we need to be very clear instead of committing all these crimes against our innocent people.
Thank you, Honorable Karoli. So, Honorable Brighton, you see the reason as to why I say you should come up with a report which can then be debated. That knowledgeable persons like the Honorable Karoli, if they don't come before the committee, they can speak to whatever report you'd of course bring, because ultimately we are moving under Article 95, sub-Article 2, to resolve issues of concern to the people. What is out of order, MP for Sotik?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to revert back to the issue of tea, because, Chair, I raised my hand and you completely refused to see my hand. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to request that I make a few comments on the tea issue.
Honorable Segei, there is something we call in law courts functus officio. Parliament is functionally out of that business for now.
So I stand down.
And I can assure you this is not those matters which would permit you to deal with us the way you used to deal with us when you were commissioner. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Members, we go into Committee of the Whole House to complete the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill.
Very well, honorable members. You can now resume to your seats as we go back to the Committee of the Whole on the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022. I think we had gone all the way to clause 79. So as we resume, just to update you, Chair, we shall begin with the clause 80 and then proceed all the way.
Clause 80.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 80 be part of the bill. There's an amendment. Mover.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I move that the clause 80 of the bill be amended as per the order paper in subclause A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H is to harmonize the terms used in the bill with the title of the bill as proposed for amendment. This is to expand the scope to include all other means of conveying health products and technologies. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 80 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as with a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 80 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as with a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair, you must get your committee members in place so that we proceed faster like we were doing in the morning. Let's proceed.
Clause 81.
I propose the question that clause 81 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 81 be deleted as per the order paper, and this clause infringes on the exercise of the functions of the authority contrary to the recommendation of the WHO, World Health Organization.
I propose the question that clause 81 be deleted as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 81 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 82.
I propose the question that clause 82 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 82 be deleted as per the order paper. And that is, a regulation is a function of national government under the fourth schedule to the Constitution.
I propose the question that clause 82 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 82 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as members without opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 83.
I propose the question that clause 83 be part of the bill. Chair.
Chair, I propose that clause 83 be deleted as per the order paper. This clause infringes on the exercise of functions of the authority contrary to the recommendations of the World Health Organization. Thank you, Chair.
Very well, Chair. This is another deletion. I therefore propose the question that clause 83 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 83 be amended. Members of that opinion say aye. Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 84.
And therefore, I'll proceed to put the question, which is that I put the question that clause 84 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 85.
I propose the question that clause 85 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 85 be deleted by deleting the word article wherever it appears and substitute therefore the words health product or technology to harmonize the terms used in the bill with the title of the bill as proposed for amendment.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 85 be amended as proposed by the chair. I proceed to put the question that clause 85 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 85 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 86.
I propose the question that clause 86 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 86 be amended as per the order paper. This is to enhance the general penalty for offences committed in relation to this bill and to make the fines payable commensurate to the imprisonment terms.
I propose the question that clause 86 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 86 as amended be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 86 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 87.
I propose the question that clause 87 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 87 be amended as per the order paper. This is to harmonize the term used in the bill with the title of the bill as proposed for amendment. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 87 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 87 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 87 as amended be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 14 of the bill.
I propose the question that part 14 of the bill be part of the bill. Chair.
I propose that part 14 be amended as per the order paper. This is to correct minor error in numbering of the parts of the bill.
I propose the question that part 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that part 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as without contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 88.
I propose the question that clause 88 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair.
I propose that clause 88 be amended as per the order paper. This is for proper drafting and consistency in the wording used in the statute book.
I propose the question that clause 88 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 88 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 88 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 89.
I propose the question that clause 89 be part of the bill. There's no amendment on this one. I proceed to put the question that clause 89 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 90.
I propose the question that clause 90 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 90 be amended as per the order paper. This is necessary for grammatical flow.
I propose the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed. I'll take it again. I propose the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as without opinion say aye? No, let me take it again. Let's go back and take that whole clause again. Clerk, please.
Clause 90.
I propose the question that clause 90 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair. We are taking it again.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 90 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is necessary for proper grammatical flow.
I propose the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 90 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 90 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 91.
I propose the question that clause 91 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 91 be amended as per the order paper. This is for proper reference to the Auditor General as designated under Article 229 of the Constitution, and which is the successor of the Kenya National Audit Office.
I propose the question that clause 91 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 91 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 91 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 92.
I propose the question that clause 92 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 92 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment provides that the authority may invest its funds only with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury.
I propose the question that clause 92 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 92 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 92 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 93 and 94.
I propose the question that clauses 93 and 94 be part of the bill. There are no amendments on these ones, and I proceed to put the question that clauses 93 and 94 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title to Part 15.
I propose that Part 15 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that Part 15 be amended as per the order paper. This is to correct minor error in numbering of the parts of the bill.
I propose the question that Part 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that Part 15 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 95.
I propose the question that clause 95 be part of the bill. Is there an amendment on this one? Yes. Quite a number. So deal with all of them.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 95 be amended as per the order paper. In A, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is for inclusion in pharmaceutical technologies who are currently involved in the dispensing of medicines and medical devices pursuant to the Pharmacy and Poisons Act, Cap 244, and their scope of training. In 12, which is to harmonize the terms used in the bill with the title of the bill as proposed for amendment. 13 is the general provision on the making of regulations, which is set out in the subclause 1. 14, which has A and B, is to provide for the making of regulations on licit use of narcotic and psychotropic substances, parallel importation of medicines, safety monitoring, pharmacovigilance, and post-market surveillance. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 95 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Yes, Honorable Elachi. You are very active in the morning. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when you look at this provision, and Chair should explain properly, because you realize, Chair, we have so many chemists that are all over, pharmacists that have opened all over. You find in every 2 blocks there's a chemist, there's a chemist. Now when you come and put all this so that now this pharmacist or this chemist can be regulated in this manner, it is very crucial, because you find even today, while you're trying to prescribe the standards or the compositions or all those things, is that how do we then give assurance to the public that we have quality on some of the drugs that you find, and what measures are we giving some of these chemists where you only find 5 drugs in their chemist? You are wondering, is this really a chemist operating, or what quality are we and controls do we have when we give them all this, Mr. Chair? Chair, to just guide the country, because now when you do from number 1 to N, really, if you walk into those chemists also, you will wonder whether indeed this is a chemist that is prescribed to the law and to the controls and quality assurances that people want to see.
Chair, remember we said in the morning that you have to speak both to the House and to the country about these amendments, because they are very important. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, when you look at this clause 95, it talks of many issues. Among them is compounding of health products and technologies and dispensing of health products and technologies, and by qualified personnel. It also, in this bill, It is providing for what we call pharmacovigilance and post-market surveillance. It is also providing for regulations on release of vaccines and other biological products imported and manufactured in Kenya. What it means is that these are going to be regulated so that you must be able to meet the internationally accepted standards, whether you are manufacturing locally or you are bringing it from outside. It also makes it necessary that you cannot be able, like when you go into some of the chemists, you might find that the people who are dispensing are not qualified. So in this bill, we are trying to make sure that we regulate who is that is dispensing and must be qualified and must also be able to understand what product they are dispensing, whether it's a technology or whether it's a medicine or whether it's a vaccine. Thank you, Chair.
Very well, and Honorable Lachi, you remember, I believe you were here when the Deputy Speaker spoke on this, and this matter had been raised by the Honorable Dawood, in terms of achieving certain international standards so that these medicines, drugs that will be manufactured in this country can then attract market outside and beyond Kenya. I hope that answers it. And therefore, let me put the question that clause 95 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 95 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 96.
I propose the question that clause 96 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I propose that clause 96 be amended as per the order paper. In 96A, 1, 2, and B, this is to provide for the transition of both the Pharmacy and Poisons Board and the Board of Management of the National Quality Control Laboratory, as we are creating now a new board. In C, which has A, B, and B, this is to provide sufficient time which will facilitate the conduct of extensive stakeholder participation on the regulation of pharmacy practice regulation. The amendment further seeks to ensure that the Pharmacy and Poisons Board shall continue to exist.
Order, Honorable Chair. I think you moved faster than you should have. Had I proposed the question?
Yes.
I propose the question that clause 96. Oh, you're still moving?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So in C, in subclause 3, which has A and B, is to provide sufficient time which will facilitate the conduct of extensive stakeholder participation on the regulation of pharmacy practice regulation. The amendment further seeks to ensure that the Pharmacy and Poisons Board shall continue to exist for a period of 2 years after the enactment of the bill for purposes of regulation of the pharmacy profession and pending the enactment of legislation by Parliament of a law to regulate the pharmacy profession. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 96 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 96 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 96 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 97.
I propose the question that clause 97 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 97 be amended as per the order paper. This is to prevent a lacuna in respect of a regulation of a pharmaceutical practice. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 97 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that clause 97 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 97 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 27A.
Chair, move clause 27A. And remember, there's A, B, C, and D. We shall deal with them one by one.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 27A be read a second time. Honorable Chair, this new clause 27A, a person who intends to import, manufacture, or sell a health product or technology shall apply to the authority for the registration of the health product or health technology in the prescribed form. 2, an applicant under subsection 1 shall specify the particulars of the person with appropriate knowledge of all aspects of the health product or health technology who shall be responsible for all communication between the applicant and the authority in the declaration page of the application form. B, where the applicant is not a citizen of Kenya or is a company incorporated outside Kenya, appoint a local representative who shall be a citizen of Kenya, a person who is or has permanent residence, or a company incorporated in Kenya. And 3, the application made under subsection 1 shall be accompanied by A, proposed label for use on the health product or technology. B, a copy of the manufacturing license of the health product or technology where applicable. C, a copy of the good manufacturing practice certificate from the authority and the regulatory authority of the country where the health product or technology is manufactured. D, a copy of certificate of analysis from a quality control laboratory recognized by the authority where applicable. E, a copy of the marketing authorization or certificate of registration of the health product or technology from the regulatory authority of the country where the health product or technology is sold. F, the available data on the quality, safety, efficacy, and performance of the health product or technology submitted in a common technical dossier format. G, a sample of the health product or technology. H, proof of ownership of the site for the manufacture of the health product or technology where applicable. I, where the applicant is not a citizen of Kenya or is a company incorporated outside Kenya, a copy of the agreement appointing the local representative. J, where the application relates to a health product or technology which is registered with a foreign regulatory body. 1, a copy of certificate of registration. 2, professional information relating to the health product or technology. And 3, the conditions of the registration of the health product or technology. K, proof that the applicant holds a valid practicing license issued by the body responsible for the profession of pharmacy. 2, a valid wholesaler dealer's license issued in accordance with this act. 3, valid license to sell poisons issued in accordance with this act. Or 4, a valid manufacturing license issued in accordance with this act. And 5, proof of payment of the application fee is as prescribed by the authority. 4, an applicant shall notify the authority of any variation to the agreement appointing the local representative within the 2nd days of the variation. I move.
Very well, Chair, and in future, because there are quite a number, you will also be summarizing them and speaking on them so that the members can understand. I now propose the question that the new clause 27A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 27A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 27A be part of the bill. There being no debates, I now put the question that the new clause 27A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 27B.
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that new clause 27B be read a second time. This is in the authority shall consider the application made under section 27A and shall, if it is satisfied of the safety, efficacy, quality, performance, and economic value of the health product or technology, register the health product or technology and issue a certificate of registration in the prescribed form. 2, the authority may, while considering the application, approve the details as supplied by the applicant or approve it with such amendments as it may consider appropriate in respect of the following particulars as per the order paper as A, B, C, and C has 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and then 3. When evaluating an application, the authority may subject a sample of the health product or technology to an evaluation by an analyst, and B, consider the evaluation report of the analyst that has evaluated the health product or technology. And 4, where the authority is not satisfied with the quality, safety, efficacy, performance, or economic value of the health product or technology, it may, after providing an opportunity to the applicant to be heard, reject the application and inform the applicant the reasons for rejecting in writing. I move.
I propose the question that the new clause 27B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 27B be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 27B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 27B be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 27C.
Mover, and you can summarize.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 27C be read a second time. This, the authority may, where it considers necessary to protect public health or in the event of a threat to life or health, issue a provisional certificate of registration for health product or technology. Chair, in the order paper, you have a person who intends to obtain the provisional certificate of registration for health product or technology under Section 1 shall apply to the authority in the prescribed form. And 3, where the applicant is not a citizen of Kenya or is a company incorporated outside Kenya, the applicant shall appoint a local representative who shall be a citizen of Kenya, a person who or has permanent residence, or a company incorporated in Kenya. And 4, an application under subsection 2 above shall be accompanied by documents indicated as A, B, C, and under C, which is talking about proof that the applicant holds 1, valid practicing license issued by the board responsible for the profession of pharmacy, 2, a valid wholesaler dealer's license issued in accordance with this act, 3, a valid license to sell health products or technologies issued in accordance with this act, 4, a valid manufacturing license issued in accordance with this act, and 5, proof of payment of the application fee as prescribed by the authority. And then we have 5, 6, 7, 8 as per the order paper.
I propose the question that the new clause 27C be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 27C be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 27C be part of the bill. Absence of any interest, then I now put the question that the new clause 27C be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 27D.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 27D be read a second time as per the order paper. And this is to provide new clauses in the handling of applications of product licenses by the authority. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 27D be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 27D be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 27D be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 27D be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 29A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that the new clause 29A be read a second time. And as per the order paper, this is to provide for authorization of health products and technologies imported into the country, including the requirement for patch or lot release in line with WHO requirements. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 29A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. And I now put the question that the new clause 29A be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 29B.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 29B be read a second time, and this is to make provision for parallel importation of health products and technologies. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that new clause 29B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 29B be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 29B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 29B be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 36A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 36A be read a second time as per the order paper. This is to provide for effective regulation of clinical trials by the authority.
I propose the question that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 46A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 46A be read a second time, and this is to provide, as per the order paper, this is to provide for dietary supplements which will enhance the regulation of food supplements by the authority. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 46A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 46A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 46A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 46A be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as with contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 50A.
Mover. (50A) on page 2932.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 50A be read a second time as per the order paper, and this is to enhance transparency on the ingredients used in therapeutic cosmetics in line with the good manufacturing practices.
I propose the question that new clause 50A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 50A be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as with contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 50A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 50A be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as with contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 59A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 59A be read a second time as per the order paper. This is to make provision for the registration of establishments for medical devices. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 59A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 59A be now read a second time. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 59A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 59A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 59B.
So another new clause. Move up.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 59B be read a second time as per the order paper. And this is to anchor the role of the authority in the regulation of pharmacovigilance in the country. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that the new clause 59B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 59B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 59B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 59B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedules. First schedule.
Honorable members, we move to schedules. And on the first schedule, there's no amendments. I therefore propose the question that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. And because there's no amendment on this one, I put the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that second schedule be the schedule of the bill. There's an amendment. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that the second schedule of the bill be amended by deleting it. This is the chairperson, board members, and director general of the authority are not state officers and hence do not need to subscribe to an oath.
Very well. I propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the second schedule be amended, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
I propose the question that the third schedule be the schedule of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that third schedule be amended by deleting the third schedule. The matters of tenure of office, allowances, protection from liability, and disclosure of interest by board members are already provided in the main bill. The issue of approval of the board members by Parliament has been proposed for deletion as the authorities' board members are not state officers.
I propose the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the third schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
I propose the question that the fourth schedule be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I put that the third schedule be amended as per the order paper.
Fourth.
And the fourth schedule be amended as per the order paper. This is by deleting it and substitute therefore the following new schedule. This is as per the order paper. The scientific advisory committees amended to take into account all aspects of health products and technologies and to delete the scientific advisory committees on food, which is outside the scope of the bill as amended.
Very well. I propose the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the fourth schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Fifth and sixth schedule.
I propose the question that the fifth and the sixth schedule be part of the bill. There are no amendments to this one, and therefore put the question that the fifth and the sixth schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Seventh schedule.
I propose the question that the seventh schedule be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the seventh schedule be amended by the order paper. This is for proper cross-references of the Farmers and Poisons Act, Cap 244 and Clause 97 on repeals. The food is outside the purview of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that the seventh schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now put the question that the seventh schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the seventh schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Very well, Clause 2. There were quite a number of amendments here, including the amendments by the Honorable Lord's Chair. You may have dealt with it during the winnowing. And therefore, I propose, is in the chamber, Honorable Lodge? Honorable Lodge is not in the chamber. And therefore, his amendment stands dropped. I therefore propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Chair. And please move all the amendments, the whole, quite a number of them.
Thank you, Chair.
And honorable members, we were able to achieve this because of the winnowing process that was ordered by the Speaker. There were too many amendments here by both Honorable Luoch, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Millie, who was here in the morning. She's back in the House. Yes, so the Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, I move that Clause 2 be amended as per the order paper in A, which has 1 and 2. This is for inclusion of dietary supplements which are part of health products and technologies. In B, to ensure harmony with the title of the bill as proposed for amendment. In C, this is to exclude detergents which are used for cleaning inanimate objects and does not fall under the purview of the regulation of health products and technologies. In D, to correct minor typographical error. In E, is the current definition cross-references the Farmers and Poisons Act, Cap 244, which will be repealed as provided under Clause 97, and a new definition proposed. In F, for inclusion of dietary supplements which are part of health products and technologies. In G, H, and I, new definitions provided for these terms. These new definitions expand the scope to cover all aspects of the use of medical devices and medicinal substances in relation to health and to include herbal materials and herbal combinations. And J, for inclusion of dietary supplements which are part of health products and technologies. In K, the current definition is inadequate. The term is to be defined in the proposed pharmaceutical practice bill. In L, this is the Farmers and Poisons Act, Cap 244, provide that a pharmaceutical technologies must be enrolled in the role established under this act. In M, the term is no longer used in the bill in line with the proposed amendment of Clause 43(1)(c). And in N, there is no schedule on scheduled substances. The Cabinet Secretary will publish the list of scheduled substances in the Gazette. And O, is the current definition defines cosmetics in general that are meant to provide the body with the appropriate aesthetics, texture, pH, color, and smell, It is not specific to special cosmetics. And in B, which has A, B, which B has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, where we're now giving various definitions. And then, Chair, these new definitions are internationally recognized by the World Health Organization and are critical for the execution of regulatory functions of the authority. To further identify the board as used in the bill and to provide new definitions for the words enrolled pharmaceutical technologies, therapeutic cosmetic, herbal medicine, medical device, and medical substances. The amendments also introduces the definition of the registrar to mean the Director General of the authority, as the term is used in various clauses in the bill, as per the order paper. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title of the title be the title of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the long title be amended as per the order paper. The amendment accords with the international best practice and sets out the main purpose of the bill, which is to establish a centralized regulatory authority for health products and technologies.
I propose the question that the title be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that the title be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the title as amended be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. And yes, there's an amendment, Chair.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 1 be amended as per the order paper. In A, deleting the phrase Kenya Drugs Authority Act 2022 and substituting therefore the phrase Kenya Health Products and Technologies Regulatory Authority Act 2022. The amendment accords with international best practice and comprehensively covers the mandate of the proposed authority. And in B, deleting the words and commencement in the marginal note. This is to limit the marginal note to the content of clause 1, which only sets out the name of the bill. The clause does not make any provision as regards the commencement of the bill. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Kenya Drugs Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2022, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Osoro, the majority whip, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
The majority whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. In the mood of the House that I put the question. Just a minute. For the convenience of the House, I'll defer the putting of the question on the matter to a future date. Next order.
Order number 11, the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2022. Resumption of debate.
Honorable Joyce Kamene, the MP for Machakos County, in the House to move. We will step down that particular order to a future date when it will next be scheduled by the House Business Committee for consideration. Next order.
Order number 12, the Land Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 39 of 2023. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Land control, where is it? That's number. Ivo Bara was speaking. The Honorable Ivo Bara had a few minutes remaining to contribute to conclusion. So Honorable Ivo Bara in the House. I'm not seeing any interest. Is any member keen to contribute to this? Yes, the Chair, Finance and Planning Committee, the Honorable Kimani Kuria.
You know, Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that we were discussing earlier on the absentee of members is, you know, you prepare for one bill only for it to be stepped down because the mover is not there. And you have to recollect your mind on where you were with on the other bill. But Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the Land Control Amendment Bill number 39 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, this bill is seeking to replace the Land Control Act of Cap 300 with now this current provision. Honorable Speaker, one of the few things that I noted that are going to be very consequential in terms of this particular amendment is the change of the composition of the lands board committees at the constituency level. Honorable Speaker, every time there has been any need of a change in these particular committees have been met with a lot of bureaucracies. And I'm particularly impressed by, Honorable Speaker, by the inclusion of members of the private sector, not necessarily the appointees of government, in the appointment of these particular committees, for Honorable Speaker. I'm also very impressed on the new role that has been given by this particular amendment on giving now the lands controls committees at the constituency level the power to investigate any matters relating to fraud or any misallocation of land to individuals that may not be the ones that should be awarded this, according to this land, Honorable Speaker. If you check the data on our locals, and especially the lands court, the number of courts, the number of cases involving matters of land is immense. And we see a lot of courts processes being used to try to cure and try to resolve these particular land matters. And so sometimes, and most of the time, these courts are disadvantaged in terms of their access to information, and especially where some of these, especially because most of the parcels of land in this country, Honorable Speaker, do not have valid title deeds. And therefore, when the Honorable Court now has to go and dig on the family history and dig who were the first allottees, who has the letter of allotment, and all the way to this transfer of these letters of allotment, where most people, the only valid document they have for the possession, for their possession of land is a sale agreement. Some of these sale agreements are so old that they were handwritten, Honorable Speaker, and the appending of the signature was using a thumbprint, as it were, for most of informally educated parents, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, when the Honorable Courts are trying to investigate these particular matters and try to give justice to the owners of these particular lands, Honorable Speaker, they face all these challenges administratively. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, with now these committees at the constitutional level being now given that extra duty to investigate and to determine these particular cases of fraud, they will be able to trace the history. Because if you go to a particular village or even a community of a particular town, and you ask the residents of that town, including our villagers, the Nyumbakumi, they will give you a proper history of how this land changed hands from so-and-so to so-and-so to so-and-so. But this particular evidence is not usually available in a way that is palatable to a judicial system. And therefore, this particular change of the combination of these particular committees is very, very crucial, Honorable Speaker, to ensuring that there is fastened solution to conflict in terms of land, Honorable Speaker, in our republic. Most importantly, this committee is also given the responsibility of safeguarding public utilities, across the country, Honorable Speaker. One of the abuses that has really been abused is stealing of public utilities. You find in a particular village, in a particular ward, there is always a land that was allocated for construction of a school, for construction of a dispensary, for construction of a public utility. But with time, especially because the trend usually is, especially in our villages, is that young people move to town, and it's the older people that are left in the village. And therefore, some of the time when they pass on, the people that are left take advantage, subdivide that land and sell. And therefore, when you're trying now to find out what land was available as public utility in that particular area, you find people that possess documentation, whether it is sometime fraudulently acquired title deeds, or even sale agreement for land that was not that was purely meant for the use of the public. Honorable Speaker, one of the in Molo Town, for example, we have two very interesting cases where court cases have been going on for the last more than 20 years. One is someone who owns a piece of land inside a police station. And they actually live inside a police station in Molo Town, Honorable Speaker. Another one lives inside a school. You know, we have another one who has land that is between, actually in the middle of a church compound. And they actually have been able to possess valid, you know, whether valid or not, title deeds on this particular parts of land, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, these cases have really dragged in court because of an availability of an alternative source of solving of that conflict. Because if these land committees at the constitutional level were given that mandate and that jurisdiction, Honorable Speaker, you know, these are some of the cases that would be more fast-track, Honorable Speaker. The bill also, Honorable Speaker, proposes to digitize title deeds, Honorable Speaker, across the country. And digitization is the way to go, you know. Honorable Speaker, I like the words of my colleague, Honorable KJ, who keeps telling us, it is no longer finance, it is fintech. It is no longer education, it is edutech. It is no longer medical, it's medtech, because we are moving everything that exists, all the services that you need that is available to mankind, to being technology-based. And even this, that's why even this house has had to even adopt, you know, other technological means of whether it is receiving views from the public or how we conduct our meetings, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this digitization of title deeds, I think, if memory serves me correctly, it started during when the Honorable Charity Ngilu was a minister for land. But it's interesting, since the time when the Charity Ngilu was on the Minister for Finance, the process of digitization of our title deeds have never been fulfilled. And you know, when such a process takes so long, you know, your guess is as good as mine. There could be some technical officers somewhere who do not want to see the process of digitization of this particular process, Honorable Speaker. If we can digitize, you know, our vehicles, you know, if you see any vehicle on the road, by click of a button on a system, by use of a USSD code on a phone, you are able to tell who owns that particular vehicle. You are able to tell even a child by their birth certificate. You're able to search on it and see who this person is. If you're searching for through an ID and through this, all the other cards that, for example, you've now started, including Maisha number, Honorable Speaker, it is absolutely possible to digitize all our title deeds across the country, Honorable Speaker. And once we are able to digitize this title deeds, Honorable Speaker, we are going to unlock a very great potential, including access to credit, Honorable Speaker. Because one of the, we have many people, especially in the rural villages, Honorable Speaker, who their only collateral they can use to access of credit is a title deed. And so when we do not give these people, when we don't avail this title deed to these particular people, Honorable Speaker, we are also denying them economic progress, Honorable Speaker. As I went on, Honorable Speaker, in economics, you know, the four factors of production. You know, we talk about land, we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about capital, and we talk about labor. And all of this cannot, none of them can function without land. If you if you take capital, for example, that capital investment, apart from now with the coming of digital technology, where you can put that capital in a technology and host it on space, that labor must live. The mobility of labor is dependent on infrastructure, which is developed on land, Honorable Speaker. Those people that drive now that factor of production called labor must live somewhere, and therefore one link that links all the three other factors of production is land. And how we need to make sure that land lives to its potential in ensuring that there is economic development is by ensuring mobility of that land. And because land will not physically move, then the only thing we can make sure is that we facilitate ease of transfer of land from one entity to another, and where possible, Honorable Speaker, you know, even that charging, for example, when you want to access credit, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, with the coming of monetization, Honorable Speaker, we are now securitization, Honorable Speaker. We are having now technologies that through securitization we can have an investor across the globe using digital technology be part of a coffee farm in Meru, Honorable Speaker. Be part of a tea farm in Thika, Honorable Speaker. Be part of a potato farm in Molo, Honorable Speaker. So this securitization can only be done if we have digitalization of our title deeds across the country, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, you want to contribute to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matters of land, as articulated by our chairman, are very emotive in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have had a lot of challenges in the management of land in this country. The chairman, we have so much land, but yet there are so many conflicts that are associated with land. Mr. Speaker, this bill is addressing matters of arbitration when it comes to matters of land. And the land control bonds are very essential in the land matters in the village. Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad that now these bonds are being given the opportunity to investigate and actually come up with a matter affecting certain matter relating to land. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is among the 3 rural constituencies with a large number of slums. We have slums in the town of Simao and in an area called Machaka. We have also areas that require land adjudication, where people are given numbers and allotment letters, but now they need to be given title deeds. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to transfer or consolidation of those parcels of land, it can create a lot of discontent among the people who want to inherit that land. Mr. Speaker, I am aware there are so many conflicts that come through inheritance. We have seen situations where widows are disadvantaged when it comes to land matters, particularly on transfers. We have seen orphans being mistreated. And sometimes these matters are not handled properly. If I am able to go to court and present my matter, Mr. Speaker, I carry the day. As I'm talking to you, I know of 3 families who are really fighting for their small piece of land, but there's nobody who is there who has the powers to deal with the matter on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, this bill is coming at the right time, because when it comes to the matters of fraud, just like other members have spoken, if this board has the power to investigate a matter, I'm sure, and if it is, the board is constituted of people of independent mind and of various professions, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to support the amendment of this bill. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of public land, just like other members have said. Who protects this land? That's the biggest question. Mr. Speaker, I know of an area in our constituency where the cemetery has been grabbed. That's how bad land matters are. And it's not in where we come from. It's all over the country. Mr. Speaker, why? Because there are no records, proper records. Mr. Speaker, I know of a school in my constituency, Ceremony Day Primary Secondary School. There were 6 title deeds issued on the school land. Mr. Speaker, I know there is a school already who has been told to move out of the land they have occupied from 1986. Mr. Speaker, I know of a church in my constituency, Africa AIPCA, whose land has been grabbed. Mr. Chairman,
if we have an empowered committee, by the law, we'll be able to safeguard the right for ownership of these lands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the inheritance of land. Many cases you find, you take your case, the land control boards, you are able to manipulate, and because now you can walk in the survey of Kenya or the land registries in many counties, you can manufacture your own title deed, or even the deed plan, or even the map for the area. So when these matters are presented to Land Control Board, which has the mandate to investigate and arbitrate, which has the powers to recommend prosecutor actions, then I think we all need to support this bill. We have so many slums in my constituency, as I said, Riverside, Kairili, Kwanjoshua, Machaka. Many of these disputes can't be handled by the courts because there are slums, 30 by 40, 40 by 50, and these people have lived together for a long time. A capable person like the Dikir will come there and say, this belongs to me. Now, who is supposed to investigate that? Who is going to arbitrate on this? In many cases, they go to the chiefs. They go to the local DCC. But the local DCC most likely is not aware or has no information of this land. I believe the Land Control Board, with the powers to investigate, make recommendation, is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment, and I think this is what we need to go by. This country, land is becoming scarce, horrible land is becoming scarce, and the more the land becomes scarce, the more cases appear, which require a lot of investigations, a lot of adjudication, a lot of arbitration and dispute resolution. So I support and urge the members that this is a very important amendment, and we need to have it implemented as soon as possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Francis Gay, MP for Sotik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important bill, amendment bill. I want to state from the onset, Mr. Speaker, that I have been able to chair most of this Land Control Board. And I want to state very clearly that land control boards in this country have played a vital role in stabilizing the way land is managed. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm very happy that we are now validating and making this land control board bill to be modern, to be modernized, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that Land Control Board has been there for a long time, and they have done a very, very wonderful job. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on two things. Number one, Mr. Speaker, the members of Land Control Board, whom I have worked with in many areas, are people of integrity, people who can be relied on, people who understand what happens in the village. And Mr. Speaker, what's happening now is that we are going to have some technology in it. I've heard the chair saying that we must digitize this information. One of the problems which we have had in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of title deed. You remember, Mr. Speaker, at one time, there was a minister in this house who said that title deed is a paper. And Mr. Speaker, this made the title deed in this country become useless. So what we are now doing is to make sure that the title deed in this country are made to be legal, made to be valuable, so that any investor who wants to come to this country can be able to know that I am investing in something which is going to last long. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there are problems in public utilities in this country. Many of the schools, many of the areas, sports areas, playing grounds have been taken, not through the Land Control Board, but people who go to the Ministry of Land and manufacture title deeds and get title deeds through fraudulent means. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the bill now will cure this problem. Another issue, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention is the issue of the power to investigate. I think this is a milestone. If this committee, this board, can be able to be given some legal backing, and particularly to have powers to investigate and maybe recommend prosecution, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure is going to go a long way in making land title deeds in this country to be of value. Mr. Speaker, another thing I want to mention is that if you ask the kind of allowances these old men and women who sit on the board are paid, are peanuts. And Mr. Speaker, if we can be able to enhance the allowances of these honorable people who sit in the land control boards, it will avert the issue of corruption, and it will be able to make this land control board to be respected. Mr. Speaker, we want to inject also professionals who are going to support this land control board in issues which are technical. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, these land control boards in the country are going to play even a major role. The other thing I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of land cases in court. I hope this bill, after discussion, will be able to assist in making cases in court to move faster. And Mr. Speaker, this area has been a mining for the lawyers who have made a lot of money at the expense of the poor people. If you look at the cases of those local people, the poor people in the rural area who cannot even afford to pay for the lawyers' fees, the legal fees, Mr. Speaker, I hope this bill will address this issue so that our people can be saved of this problem. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it is going to go a long way in making work easier, making the issue of land ownership to be very easy to access, and even more important, Mr. Speaker, the issue of succession, which has been a problem. If you look at land cases in our place, and maybe even Kisi, in Kericho, in Swatik, people are being killed because of land cases. So we would like to make these cases to be easier to be handled at the land control board level so that people can also save their lives. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, amendment bill. Thank you.
In ordinary circumstances, I would have called the mover to reply, but this particular bill is a very critical bill. I therefore defer further debate here on to a future date. Call the next order.
Order number 13, motion. Second, report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. Resumption of debate.
Do we have any member interested to contribute further to this? The Honorable Lisa, the Honorable Kakai Bissau. Yes, you had 6 minutes left on this particular one. Please proceed if you have more contributions to make. Yeah. Is that one on the report of the Select Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on the Employment Diversity Audit in Public Institutions? The one the House rose when you are done, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for remembering that I had my 6 minutes. Actually, that from the onset, I support what has been tabled, but what has been of disappointment is the less interest in that particular issue. And what I was saying is, in terms of cohesion, it will be good to start from the Parliamentary Service Commission. As they always say, charity begins at home, to see how are the numbers in terms of distribution within the Parliamentary Service Commission. Number two, I wanted to highlight that the problem begins from here and also from the executive, even starting from our own CDF offices. How are we trying to do the geographical distribution in terms of community origin? Number two, we are looking at, like where I sit in the Public Investment Committee, Education Governance, you'll find that in a certain province, they'll pick a vice chancellor from that particular area. And in the process, the issue of tribalism and lack of cohesion in terms of regional balance is not really ensured. So we're trying to say, and I gave an example in my previous work with the United Nations, we had what we called a quota system. And in the quota system, you'll distribute, you say like this country, this is the population, and you lock out the percentage there. An example, taking the Kenyan situation, if we say that the highest community in terms of population corresponds, let's say, to 17%, that is the Agikoyo community. When the jobs are being distributed, like in the civil service, when you reach that 17%, you freeze, so that you allow also other communities. That is the only way you can try to balance it out. And another example, coming from the education institutions, you'll find that this issue of lack of cohesion has been propelled such that when the jobs are advertised, they do not attract people from outside the region. So we would like to have a situation whereby whoever is appointed in those positions, like an example, vice chancellors, the Public Service Commission, they go out and say, look, we'll even step out and do like what we call headhunting. After you've frozen that this community is covered, now you have to work out and even target. Like there's the 43rd community of this republic, the persons living with disability. I expected that to come out very strongly in the cohesion report. And again, the report has given just recommendations. But we want to have even some punitive measures. If, an example, you are working in an area and you begin that responsibility and you're not able to meet that cohesion threshold, what should be some of the punitive measures that has been taken? So, in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, sir, the problem begins here. Because we've seen even situations when members of this House and other elected leaders have literally physically ejected some of the people picked in the institutions in their backyards. So we need to walk the talk. We should not preach water, and we are taking wine. But by and large, it's a very good submission by Honorable Abdi, and I think I support it, but we need to have very, very good punitive measures to ensure that whoever is given an opportunity really walks the talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Lisa Chelule.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia hii nafasi pia nichangie mambo ambayo inahusu nafasi ya kazi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ya kwanza ningependa kuchukua hii nafasi kushukuru chairman wangu ambaye aliweza kulete mjadala huu kwa bunge jana, na ambaye ilisikizwa sana na wajumbe ambaye walikuwa ndani ya bunge jana. Nataka kupongeza pia kamati yetu ya National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities kwa kufanya kazi kubwa na wakatengeneza ripoti ambayo ililetwa jana kwa bunge. Ninaongea juu ya hii mambo bwana. Ninaongea juu ya hii ripoti Bwana Spika. Tuliamua kufanya na kuchunguza ni nini inaendelea katika wizara mbalimbali kwa mambo ya nafasi ya kazi. Na tulipochunguza tuliweza kupatana na mawizara mbalimbali, tulipata kukutana na 18 na baada ya kufanya mkutano na hawa na kuongea na hawa ni kwa nini makabila zingine hawapati kazi ama hawapati nafasi. Kuna masababu mingi sana ambayo walitaja na zingine masababu zingine ni mambo ya creation of awareness ama taarifa kufika kule nyumbani. Kuna wengine ambayo wanakaa mahali hawawezi kujua ni nini inaendelea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kuhusu mambo ya communication ama mawasiliano. Wengi hawapati habari katika magazeti kwamba kuna kazi imetangazwa. Wengi hawapati habari kwamba kuna kazi ambaye inahitaji watu fulani, sababu wale watu ambaye tunawatetea ni kina mama na wale watu wanaishi na ulemavu na vijana. Na wengi walilalama sana wakasema hawapati taarifa ya kutosha. So vile tukaongea kufikiana kwamba sisi wote inafaa tupitishe taarifa. Na ile sababu ya muhimu sana ndio tulete taarifa katika bunge Bwana Spika ni kujielimisha sisi wote kama wajumbe kwamba kuna mambo kama haya inaendelea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na tunajiomba na wajumbe wenzetu kwamba kuna kitu ambaye inahitajika sisi tutekeleze ama tufanye kama wajumbe. Pia nataka kuunga mkono mheshimiwa kutoka constituency Kiminini constituency. Ameongea na akasema ni heri tujianze nayo. Wewe kama mjumbe mahali unatoka, kwa ofisi yako umeandika watu kwa njia gani? Umefuata sheria ambayo imewekwa katika katiba yetu. Tuko na katiba na tuko na sheria kuhusu mambo ya ugavi ya nafasi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo tumeleta hii taarifa ili sisi wote tujielimishe na tuanze, na tunajiomba kwamba tuanze na maofisi yetu. Ilifika wakati ambaye tuliuliza maswali mingi mawizara mbalimbali, wakasema hakuna structure ya kutosha ya vile taarifa itafika nyumbani kuliko makazeti. Na tunajua kwamba kuna watu hawataweza hata kununua makazeti. Kuna watu ambaye pengine hata hawana radios, hawana kila chochote ambaye wanaweza kupata taarifa. So tukasema hata ofisi ya mjumbe kule nyumbani inaweza pitisha habari. Kwa hivyo tunaomba wajumbe wote ambaye wananisikia kwa sahihi kwamba hata maofisi yao pia inaweza kuwa structure. Tunajiomba tu kwamba sisi kama viongozi tuonyeshe kwamba hata sisi tunajali na tungependa watu wapate taarifa nyumbani kwamba kuna kazi imetangazwa na wizara fulani na tunahitajika kuandikisha maombi ama kukua tayari kusikiza ni nini inaendelea. Kwa hivyo ni sisi tutaanza kama wafanyikazi ya nchi hii, kama wawakilishi wa wananchi, lazima tuangalie na tuwakilishe wananchi ili pia wapate taarifa. Kuna maofisi mbalimbali sio ya MP peke yake, sio ya mjumbe ya constituency peke yake, hata ofisi ya women reps, hata ofisi ya governors, hata ofisi ya MCAs. Sababu MCA ni ofisi ya mwisho katika utaratibu ya uongozi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo taarifa ambayo tumelete hapa ni kila mmoja na kila mtu pia apate kusikia kwamba kuna shida hapo na inafaa tuirekebishe sisi kama viongozi. Kwa hivyo ninachukua hii nafasi Bwana Spika, kwa niaba ya watu ya Nakuru, kwa niaba ya wananchi wote wa Kenya, kwamba sisi wote tusaidiane na tuhakikishe taarifa imefika na tutekeleze katiba yetu kipengele 232. Kwa hayo machache Bwana Spika, nasema asante sana kwa kunipatia hii ruhusa niongee juu ya ugavi ya kazi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante.
seeing no more interest in this particular motion, the mover, you want to speak to it? Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very important topic for discussion in this country. Because as it is right now, the situation may look like there are few who are getting, others are not getting. But Mr. Speaker, we must not lose sight on some historical factors that have led to where we are, that have created a bit of disparities, Mr. Speaker. Why is not of this constitution that we have, which has tried to bring a bit of check and balance on the way we have been employing people in this country? But Mr. Speaker, we also should not lose sight that this report is biased in the sense that they have only brought in the public sector. They haven't addressed the issue of the private sector. So when we're speaking about employment, and I don't know what they are going to do or why they avoided to consult the private sector, I know some of the private sector and NGOs will practice what our constitution dictates. But from that perspective, when we are talking about cohesiveness in terms of employment, then it need be very broad. And if it means then finding a way of even addressing the same matter with the private sector, so be it. But Mr. Speaker, also we should look as to why people are employed in that place. Specialized institutions, whether private or public, they will look at the qualifications, not where you come from. You can go to an Nairobi hospital, you're going to pin so many people from Nyanza, professors and doctors. It's common sense. So if they're specialized in that area, we cannot say that, no, let's go and get some other people who are, so that they can fill the gap. So qualification is very key. And some of our public institutions dictates that we look at the qualifications. Mr. Speaker, I come from a very highly cosmopolitan constituency. My constituency have all the 44 tribes or whatever you call them in there. I have Luos there. I have Kikuyus there. I have Merus there. I have Merus from Tigania, Merus from Egembe, Merus from Dhalaka, Merus from Chuka. I have Embu, I have people from everywhere in the country, Mr. Speaker. Now, I cannot say I'm not going to employ so and so because I am supposed to fulfill a certain aspect. So that I will be said, I am. But also, I have to be careful because the population, there are certain tribes in my constituency, a larger population. The diversity of my community dictates how people will be absorbed in the private sector or in the public sector that are operating in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of information, yes, there are so many people who don't get a lot of information. Right now, the Public Service Commission is setting out their website. How many people have the digital capacity to access the PSC portal to know what kind of employment are there? You realize people in Nairobi will get it very fast. People with iPhones will get it. People with smartphones will get it. People with relatives in Nairobi will get it. Members of parliament will get it. But there are those poor kings out there in the village who have no information. Meaning, those available are the ones who are going to give out the information and apply. So the committee need to be sensitive on those matters. High population areas with high population densities is national. We cannot say we are going to ignore that. If we have to put a weight or some measures, you'll find some will be more than the others. I want to believe, Mr. Speaker, that we haven't reached a point where we say we have gotten it 100%. We can try and play politics with some of these things. And the report of the committee need to address those factors, not the obvious. You walk into an institution, how many laws are here, how many canvas are here, how many mirrors are here. You are given the report, how many lawyers are here. I don't believe that will sort out the problem. I don't believe that will sort out the problem. Mr. Speaker, some of these things even require long-term thinking. The way our economy is growing, the public sector is shrinking every day in this country. Sooner or later, we will find ourselves with a very small public sector. So are we going to be fighting, and that's, we say, the whole entire constitution to address a very small sector? I mean, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we have to start looking at other things from another perspective. Mr. Speaker, there are some jobs. Some religions will not agree. There are some sectors, some people, because of their religion, they will not agree. Mr. Speaker, there are some people on Saturdays, they don't work. Mr. Speaker, because of their religion. Others, you have to dress like this. So please, let's have a comprehensive report. Let's not look at numbers and the names. O, K, Kamau, Otieno, Kiblangat. No, let's try and avoid that kind of a conversation, because I'm foreseeing, Mr. Speaker, going forward, we need to expand our private sector to create more jobs, to create more opportunities, so that people will not be fighting for the small, shrinking public sector. Some of these private institutions, Mr. Speaker, the wage law is so large, and they are collapsing. Even you go to counties also, they have so much wage law. If we talk about employment, I believe the framers of the Constitution did not say that because we have this, we should follow this. Or what they were saying, we try a balancing act, which is dictated by so many factors, and we cannot avoid them. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a good report, but I think we have to do good justice to this country. Please, let's do more things. Some of the private or public institutions, Mr. Speaker, are dying because they have a tribe managing the entire institution. That is bad. That is bad. By all standards. We have had some institutions, universities even, from top to bottom. All the hands on the they are there from, that is wrong. If that is what we are talking about in this report, I agree. I agree. But there are some others that now, when you look at the factor, we look qualification, we look at the region, some of this report here, let's not play politics with some of these reports to prove that there are many mayors here. They need to be removed so that we can have some others here and there. To me, that's not the politics, and that's not discussion that we would like to have and engage in this house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi, you are done. Do you want to be informed? In fact, that question does not lie because Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi ascended his contributions. The Honorable Anthony Madenge, MP for Marytown, you want to contribute to this? Nyeri Town.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am a member of the National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities Committee. And the representation by my friend, Honorable Rindikiri,
is far from the truth in terms of the depth of involvement that the committee engages with the different government institutions, commissions, and sagas. We not only look at the numbers, we ask for documents, and the mandate of the committee extends beyond looking at the employment diversity, which literally is looking at the representation of the community, all Kenyan communities in public employment. It is imperative to note that the threshold set in law is not more than 30%. While largely, from a historical perspective, the benchmark from when we started this audit is the year 2012. But after the year 2012, COVID happened. There have been freezes in employment. And the requirement is for us to put in place measures that accord the underrepresented or unrepresented communities to have affirmative action for onboarding. And those measures cannot be put only by the committee. It is the responsibility of this House. Honorable Speaker, as my friend Honorable Ridikiri has put it, the employment in the public sector has been shrinking. And therefore, there is the question that we need to face as this House, as to whether we want to look at employment only based on the public sector employment, because we know jobs are shrinking. What about the reality of digital space? What about the reality of digitization? The framers of our Constitution in 2010 had never thought about the digital space and the disruptions that COVID came up with. And Honorable Speaker, we are in the process, we have made recommendations as a committee for the amendments of the National Cohesion and Integration Act, so that the realities of the circumstances under which we are operating are aligned with the current realities in the job space. Honorable Speaker, it is true that this requirement that we advertise all jobs online, while it is good in terms of creating transparency, it is also disenfranchising very many Kenyans who cannot access the internet. And the issues we are having currently, where we require every Kenyan to register themselves in the SHA system, including a short code, and the problems we have faced, brings to the fore the challenges of accessing opportunities online. We have encouraged the government agencies to consider using local media in advertising vacancies. We have actually urged the government agencies to consider using the constituency offices of members of parliament to forward these adverts, because we have people everywhere across the country, and we have a presence across the country. Honorable Speaker, one of the other challenges is the 5% reservation for all public appointments to our persons living with disabilities. Yet, when we look at the state of the education institutions for persons living with disability, we should all be ashamed, because we have not developed any new institutions. The old institutions are all dilapidated, they are in shambles. The teachers and the instructors for these institutions are demotivated, they are demoralized, the institutions are not equipped. How can these people access opportunities while they cannot access education opportunities in this country. And therefore, I'm asking us to use this report to open our eyes as Parliament and support the recommendations we will be bringing here, both in supporting the education institutions for persons living with disabilities, as well as better equipping the schools and institutions for persons living with a disability. Honorable Speaker, I support the report of the committee.
The Honorable Kikai Bissau, you cannot inform a member who has ended their contribution. I wish you intervened before he sat and confirmed he has ended. And number two, you can also not inform him when he does not agree to be informed. And he cannot agree because he has ended his contribution. So, the Honorable Ambassador Francis Sigei.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia kuchangia mjadala hii kuhusu mambo ambaye kamati imetupatia siku ya leo, na niseme tu ya Bwana Spika ya kwamba tungependa kwanza tushukuru kamati kwa kazi ambao wamefanya. Wamechukua muda mrefu kutafuta information na mambo ambayo yanakuwa yanatakikana kwa hii ripoti, na mimi Bwana Spika ningependa kuunga mkono mjadala hii na kupongeza kamati, na ningependa Bwana Spika tujue ya kwamba Kenya imebadilika, katiba ni tofauti, watu lazima waajibike na kuhakikisha kwamba katiba, mambo ya katiba hii inatimishwa vile inatakikana. Bwana Spika, naunga mkono.
The Honorable John Angeno, Chairman, Departmental Committee in charge of Housing.
Thank you, Speaker. I can see my brother, Mheshimiwa Wamboka, not Kwamboka, of course, Wamboka, signaling that maybe because of time, I don't understand. But I wanted to give some beef to this particular report, Mr. Speaker, and I want to state from the word go that I truly support this report. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is a very important report because it looks into several issues that has been affecting the public service. And not only the public service, also including even, and I would have wished the chair also should have looked at the private sector, because, Mr. Speaker, the rule of law in this country does not only affect, is not meant to only affect the public service. It affects even the private sector, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at the employment in this country, actually the private sector takes almost 40% of the employment. And therefore, I wish Mheshimiwa Chairman, in their next course of action, should also look at how discrimination and how the terms of employment, how the regional balancing, and how the, all those kind of stuff are done both in the private and the public sector, Mr. Speaker, because we are all under one constitution and we need to abide by the constitution, we need to abide by the law, we need to relook at how our people are being employed, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that I support this report because it looks into details and we will still interrogate it, Mr. Speaker, so that we need to come up with a way, other than what the constitution states, find a way so that not only particular people in particular sectors are lined up for employment. Mr. Speaker, this country needs everybody. And even if your tribe or your community is small or not even recognized in the, Mr. Speaker, in the positions that are bigger, Mr. Speaker, I think there should be a way that makes it mandatory for every sector of employment, if it is Public Service Commission, if it is the County Service Commission, if it is the private sector, to look into exactly how they can involve everybody so that we do not have imbalances and injustices to some other communities and some other people, and even people with disabilities and also other areas. Mr. Speaker, I think that is my contribution, and I would wish so that we look at it, because there are so many communities in this country, Mr. Speaker, very small communities who may not have representation in this House, who may not have representation also in the bigger positions that are held, e.g. the CSS, PSS, and CEOs of various parastatals. Those are people who actually determine who to be employed here or where. So, Mr. Speaker, communities who do not have representation in those big positions are usually marginalized. They are usually disadvantaged. I think this report will go a long way in ensuring that we have a serious balance in this country in terms of employment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mover, please reply now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this. I stand to move. And actually, what the committee looked at was not only employment alone or employment on ethnic basis alone. The committee looked at employment diversity in public institutions, not private, because I think the Constitution is slightly silent on the mandate of this Constitution, of this committee, whether we are able to look at the private sector also. But since we are coming up with the amendment of the bill, and then I think the House can guide and include also the private sector. But what the committee looked at is employment diversity in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, race, religion, disability, and also socio-economic backgrounds. That is what is emphasized. Yesterday, as members were contributing, they talked a lot about levels of classes or levels of employment. If you look at the complete report, we have senior level, middle cadre level, and lower level. So when we talk of a university in somewhere in Western, which I mentioned yesterday, and raised some very hot discussions, that 78% is from one ethnic community. If somebody wants to look at the levels, it is there in the full report. Please check. You'll find out that maybe majority are in the lower cadre. But what the Constitution says is all cadre, diversity and equal opportunity in all cadres. It does not tell us the lower cadre, the higher cadre. This is the second report. I tabled the first report before this one, and it's still in the process somewhere. And that first report is the one that covers majority of the bigger institutions such as KRA and those. Also, there was a debate on statistics of merging communities together like Mijikenda yesterday. Look at the Kenya Bureau of Standard. That is where we derive our levels of ethnic communities. Population ratios. The highest community in Kenya, as far as its national population is concerned, is 17%. And the same, the law allows up to 30% to be taken by one community, of employment to be taken by one community. We are coming with an amendment of the law and saying that maximum a community can take is 20%. If the highest is 17% in terms of population, and we have even added 3%, then there should be no complaint. Well, if we are looking at equity and equality, we are going to have more reports. Every quarter, at least, we are going to have more reports, and we will see. I am also requesting this committee when the new law, that is the National Cohesion Integration Bill 2023, will be discussed here, to support it and include whatever small issues like private sector issue, like decreasing or increasing the quota system. Honorable Speaker, in this country today, we have crisis of employment. It's a time bomb we are sitting on, particularly on the youth. And trying to expand employment should be our priority. Otherwise, it is very dangerous. You see what Gen Z did to us the other day. It's because they are unemployed. Majority of them are unemployed. If they were unemployed, they could not have had time to come and attack the parliament or these institutions. With those few remarks, I stand
Honorable
to move.
Chair, there is a matter which arose during the debate yesterday.
Yeah.
Which had something to do with the business parliament transacted around this matter of the motion. You remember this matter of Kenya Revenue Authority officers?
Yes.
And you remember the CS was privileged to be in parliament here to answer to it. It was alleged yesterday that that matter went to court.
Yes.
The court nullified those employment on account of these matters you're dealing with. And that despite even the court order, those people are all working in defiance of the Article 232 of the Constitution, which are pushing through this motion.
Yes.
What do you say to that?
Yeah, Mr.
And as you reply, how do you want to deal with that? Then there was also the issue of balance in public service within the parliamentary service. How soon are you doing a report around that? Because I can tell you, it is being murmured by members of various communities outside here.
Yeah.
And you know, for obvious reasons, they cannot speak aloud lest they be, you know,
okay,
lest they face some consequences, which may not be good. But there are communities which are saying they are not being employed in parliament. Those of them who are in parliament are not being promoted. Promotions come, even where they are qualified, they are just stagnant. And we are having Makondes within parliament. And you know, I'm saying this one you need to make a comment on in terms of how fast you want to go into parliamentary service, and also have a report here so that we can be a good example as the institution that makes these laws we are seeking also to help be implemented. What do you say to those two?
Okay, the first one, Kenya Revenue Authority, I think it was this committee which raised the first red flag. And there were even attempts by bigger authorities to try to stop Kenya Revenue Authority not to come to this committee. But ultimately we did it. We were the first one to raise, and it went to the papers, and that is where whoever took them to court got the information from. And it is true that the court has ruled that that was illegal, and it was actually illegal. And what they did was to appeal. And therefore, the court gave them time until the matter is concluded, then the status quo can remain. And that is why those employees are still there. And you know, the court sometimes takes too long. If it was within the powers of this committee, we could have concluded it long ago. But it's now within the court, and therefore matters in court, we are also told not to indulge in it so much.
Okay, and then a report on the parliamentary service.
Report on the parliamentary service.
Particularly staff from the community I come from are lamenting a lot.
Yeah. You know, the committee writes to institutions through parliament. Yeah? When I'm writing to Kenya Revenue Authority or any other institution, it is not me who signs the letter. It is the clerk of the National Assembly who signs the letter. I have already written to the clerk of the National Assembly to write a letter to Parliamentary Service Commission to appear before the committee so that we can do the same, what we have done to all other institutions. And I'm waiting for the feedback. And because of the curiosity that is here in the House today, Come tomorrow, I'll walk to the clerk's office and make sure we fast track it, have a meeting with the Parliamentary Service Commission, and then table the report as soon as possible. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for a very good report, well presented by your committee and yourself on their behalf before the floor. Next order. Before I call for next order, Chair of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, for the convenience of the House, I'll defer the putting of a question to this particular motion to a future date when it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee, possibly even tomorrow. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of reports on financial statements of state corporations in Nyanza region.
The Chairperson, Public Investments Committee in Governance and Education to move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion in amended form pursuant to Standing Order 48. That this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations in Nyanza region for the financial year 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 25th July, 2024. Subject to A, deletion of paragraph 212 appearing on page 41 of the report and substituting, therefore, the following new paragraph. The committee recommends that the irregular cash payment made for the casual works done amounting to 2,308,996 be surcharged to the Governing Council of Kisumu National Polytechnic. The amount is to be paid within 6 months after the adoption of the report by this House. B, deletion of paragraph 216 appearing on page 41 of the report and substituting, therefore, the following new paragraph. The committee recommends that the long-standing interest of 37,800 be written off from the institution's books of account since no money was lost. It was as a result of demise of the employee. And C, affecting the consequential amendments in the report. Honorable Speaker, I would like to start by appreciating members of this committee for the reason being they've been very committed. We have never lacked quorum, Honorable Speaker. I know very many of my colleagues have suffered quorum issues, including on the floor of the House. Some of whom, including today, they move very crucial bills, but their members are not. We have never suffered this. And I would like to thank our Vice Chair, Honorable Naisula Lesuda, Honorable Ambassador Francis Sigei, our PC, Honorable Mark Mwenje, my whip, Honorable Engineer Thaddeus Nzambia, Honorable James Wamashukuru, Honorable Morris Bisau Kakai, Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, Honorable Alfred Miruka, Honorable Shadrach Mwiti, Honorable Moses Krima, Honorable Daniel Karitho, Honorable Chief Remonda Monga from Lungalunga, and lastly, but not least, Honorable Joseph Tunoi. Honorable Speaker, these people have done a good job. And I just want to note that because of the commitment of my members, I think we are the leading committee in terms of delivery in this House. We have finished, we are at the tail end of finishing our agencies in a week's time, Honorable Speaker. We are ready with 7 reports. As a committee, you know, and you've been around, Speaker, longer to understand that is not a mean feat. Indeed, these members have done a good job. I also want to appreciate our Secretariat under the leadership of Christine Nderitu Kioria, together with her team, who have given us good service to ensure that we do what we do. I want to thank our officers from the Auditor General Office, led by Tonkei. Mr. Speaker, the committee is established under Standing Order 206 of National Assembly. The Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education is responsible for the examination of the working of public investments based on their audited reports and accounts. It is mandated, 1, to examine the reports and accounts of the public investments, 2, to examine the reports, if any, of the Auditor General on the public investments, and 3, to examine, in the context of the autonomy and efficiency of the public investments, whether the affairs of the public investments are being managed in accordance with sound financial or business principles and prudent commercial practices. Mr. Speaker, in this report, the committee handled the agencies domiciled within Nyanza region: 1, Kisumu National Polytechnic; 2, Ugenya Technical and Vocational College; Asumbi Teachers Training College; Mabera Technical and Vocational College; Rangwe Technical and Vocational College; Omuga Technical and Vocational College; Seme Technical and Vocational College; Kakrao, this is an institution domiciled in my minority leaders constituency; Kakrao Technical and Vocational College; Nyakach Technical and Vocational College; Siaya Institute of Technology; Ugunja Technical and Vocational College; Sikri Technical and Vocational College; Keroka Technical Training Institute; Siala Technical Training Institute; Ramogi Institute of Advanced Technology; Maseno University; Rongo University; Mawego Technical Training Institute; Tomboya University College; Jaramogi Oginga University of Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, the committee examined the audited financial statements of the state corporations I've listed. In examining the accounts of the Auditor General, we invited accounting officers in each of the state corporations under review to adduce evidence before it. Mr. Speaker, the report contains observations, findings, and recommendations arising from the examination of reports of the Auditor General for 20 state corporations for 3 financial years running to the latest 2020-2021 financial year. The report is structured as follows for the benefit of members perusing through. 1, we gave the general observation arising from recurring and cross-cutting audit queries. 2, recommendations to each of the above. 3, audit queries identified by the Auditor General in the audit reports of each state corporation. Management responses to each of the queries. Committee observations, finding on each query. And lastly, we gave recommendations of the committee to each query raised. Mr. Speaker, the committee proposes policy recommendations aimed at addressing financial audit challenges, at the same time recommends specific action against officers who may have acted contrary to the law. It further recommends additional investigations of certain matters by the relevant investigations such as EACC and DCI. Honorable Speaker, some of the misgivings being committed in some of these institutions are very worrying. And some of them are very deliberate. And the House should understand or should take notice that Most of these institutions had never been audited before. They were doing things the way they want. And that has led to collapse of our institutions. Because we have incompetencies. We have officers engaging in issues that are blatantly against the law. And we have recommendations, far-reaching recommendations, Honorable Speaker, that we want some of these people be investigated immediately by our investigative agencies, EACC and DCI. And we want to urge EACC and DCI not to compromise on their investigations, because we want at the end of the day to see these perpetrators behind bar. And at the end of the day, we want justice for Mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, sir, all this geared towards ensuring prudent use of public resources and holding all persons who have misappropriated public funds accountable in accordance with Article 2265 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, these observations and recommendations, if considered and implemented, will enhance accountability, effectiveness, transparency, efficiency, prudent management, commercial viability, and value for money in the state corporations and the public investments in the governance and the education sector as a whole. Our key mandate, Honorable Speaker, the person at the center of this audit is the student. The student to us matters because we are the protectors of public interest. We have funny stories around this institution, Honorable Speaker, that students are disadvantaged every other day. As we speak, students of Moi University who went to school in good faith, in a government school in good faith, who went through their education in good faith, 4, 5, 6 years in good faith, have not graduated, cannot graduate. Honorable Speaker, we discussed the matters of Moi University here the other day. Students are suffering. They are not supposed to suffer. It is the responsibility of the government as such. And that is why we place the student at the center of our service to humanity. And we are calling upon all these universities to ensure that the student is not disadvantaged in any way. Honorable Speaker, the student, once they meet their part of bargain, once the parent meets their part of bargain, the student is supposed to have their legitimate share. We have workers who work for this institution, Honorable Speaker, most of whom have gone for many years without salaries. They are employed, yes. It's called permanent and pensionable. It is a shame that most of these institutions cannot and are not paying salaries. They are not fulfilling their obligation in terms of statutory deductions. A worker works for an agency, they retire, you have been deducting their monies, and then once they retire, there are no benefits. This, Mr. Speaker, this person will die. These people will not live. Our retirees are dying because of mismanagement in these institutions, and it should not be allowed. Most of them are even going without insurance. Moi University workers did not have insurance. Why? Just the other day, Honorable Speaker, this institution was doing very well. But because of tribalism, Honorable Speaker, because of tribalism, Moi University is now on its knees. You remember very well when they were picking their new Vice Chancellor. Professor Airo was doing a very good job. His only sin was that he was a lawyer. Honorable Speaker, you saw elected members of Parliament and the Senate and the governor walking to that institution to eject Professor Airo. He left because he's not a Kalenjin. And he went, and because he's doing a good job, he's on demand. Look at Daystar University today, where Professor Airo sits. It's enjoying in profitability. But look at where Professor Airo was rejected because of his ethnicity. It is dead. And I want to appeal to honorable members of this House. Let us not take education with the, let us not look at education through the lenses of tribalism. We are killing it, Honorable Speaker. Let the right people do the right things. We are proposing that those people who have been found to be incompetent, that they should never hold office, public office, at least so that we serve as a lesson to other people. Honorable Speaker, we realize that most of these officers, their competencies are questionable. And that is why we are recommending, because of lack of exposure to some of these officers to the audit processes, and most of whom are ignorant or non-compliant with various provisions of the PFM Act 2012, Public Audit Act of 2015. And Honorable Speaker, we are proposing and recommending that the National Treasury and the Office of the Auditor General conduct annual sensitization and capacity building for all accounting officers and finance staff in state corporations on their responsibility during the audit cycle and adherence to IPAS. It is very important. Further, it is crucial for the ministry to employ competent staff who are able to deliver on their mandate efficiently to avoid unnecessary errors, which could potentially be a loophole of embezzlement of funds. Honorable Speaker, we have a problem. Most of these officers cannot even comply with the audit cycle framework. All the time, these members are submitting their reports late. They are submitting their responses late, which makes it very difficult for the Auditor General to do their work. And because some of whom even try to doctor these documents. And that's why we are proposing far-reaching measures, and that they must comply henceforth with sections of the Constitution, 68(2) of the PFM Act 2012, and by providing supportive documentation in time. Another challenge we faced, our committee faces, during in line of our duty, Honorable Speaker, is that most of these institutions do not have title deeds for their land. And things that have been going on will shock members of this House. An example of Kenya Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. Our founding fathers, forefathers came together, did harambes, purchased land for community interest, for the purpose of the community. Then they decided that let's start a school through Harambe with the introduction of TVET's Act of 2012. It did away with the trustees. Those people who had in good faith come together, raised funds, started Harambe schools, which later came to TVETs and universities. They were now required to surrender every bit of that land and every other material they were holding in trust for the public, Honorable Speaker. Some of them, second, third generation of such leaders, decide to be greedy. And in the case of Kiambu, where land is in the excess of thousands of acres, then they say, we are donating a little bit of this land to the institution. No. This land, our fathers came together, grandfathers, in the interest of wanting their children to acquire education. They bought it. Why do you want to take this land for commercial purposes? And that's why we've been very critical in this and say, you must return land belonging to public. Our committee went to KIST, Kiambu Institute, and in fact ejected those people, Honorable Speaker, and said you are persona non grata on the land of the public of the Kiambu people, that we will not allow you to continue interfering in the affairs. And we will be pleading with this House to honestly deal with such I don't want to call them thieves, because that's a heavy word. We will be pleading with this House to firmly deal with such people who want to take that which belongs to the public, Honorable Speaker. And we are also urging the accounting officers to move with speed, work with the Lands Commission, work with the Ministry of Lands, work with the Ministry of Education to ensure that they have secured land for these institutions. And because of lack of title deeds, that is why a lot of people are invading public land. You talk about Kenyatta University, it's the same story. Talk about Maseno University, it's the same story. In fact, Honorable Speaker, some accounting officers have been engaged in fraudulent activities of selling public land for institutions for which they're supposed to protect. The committee recommends that the National Lands Commission, as entrenched under the Article 67 and the relevant ministries, Ministry of Land, Public Works and Housing, and Urban Development conjointly with the county governments, as elucidated under paragraph 8B and C of part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution, immediately ensures that all state corporations secure titles to all their parcels of land. These institutions and the National Treasury must also prioritize fencing off all land holdings to forestall further encroachment. The committee recommends that encroachers face full extent of the law and they are evicted and charged in court. Another issue that we have encountered, Honorable Speaker, is long outstanding construction works. We do not know, and we are in the process of coming up with a law that must safeguard these institutions. You have, look at Jaramogi Oginga University, it has almost 5 buildings going on, construction places, like 5 of them, and big monies. You are told this one would cost 1.something billion, monies in billions, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. Why start many buildings without finishing one, then go to another? Honestly, we don't know. And because of this, the institutions end up suffering. And mischievously, Honorable Speaker, the heads of this institution, they sign contracts that do not protect the institutions. They expose these institutions to fraudulent contractors. And now, because you have to keep extending deadlines, these people have put in the contracts very unimaginable fees that for extension of this period, you must pay. So we are asking why, Honorable Speaker, why, for instance?
You are talking of Kenyatta University.
No, I'm talking about, in this case, Rongo University. It has 4 projects that are ongoing. Jaramogi Oginga University of Science and Technology, 5 projects, which are stalled. And they span in like 6 years, Honorable Speaker. They are stand and completed to date. This results to loss of government funds and no value for money in the long run as a result of inflation. The committee recommends that the National Treasury should only approve projects that it can guarantee funding and completion within the medium-term economic framework. 2, the committee further recommends that the said project should be approved only when existing projects are completed to avoid lumping of stalled projects in institution. 1 project at a time policy. And the Honorable Speaker, I want to report to this House that we are in the process of coming up with a law that will force both the Treasury, Ministry of Education, so that they adhere to this together with the accounting officers. Honorable Speaker, number 5, expensive consultancies. This is where accounting officers are siphoning public money. And notorious on the list, Honorable Speaker, is Public Works. We must name them. Ministry of Public Works. I don't understand why an officer employed by government, paid by government, in the name of an engineer, architect, QS, must use the government car, government driver, government fuel to go on a project of government and still be paid allowance when they have salaries, Honorable Speaker. And in fact, when they work longer hours, they have extra allowances, overtime allowances. Honorable Speaker, this must come to a stop. This must come to a stop. And we want to work in consultation with the Committee of Housing to come up with a policy that is going to safeguard, that is going to deter such officers from siphoning public funds. The committee recommends that the ministry responsible for public works revamps the public works department and employs adequate and competent staff. Honorable Speaker, in most cases, these leaders of these institutions, they even don't go for public consultancies. They go for private consultancies. Yes, we have public works with the problems that they have. But these officers choose to go for very expensive consultancies. You wonder why, Honorable Speaker. You go to an institution, you are told this project, initially, it was to cost 600 million. Now, up to date, we have paid consultants 400 million. Initially, they were to be paid 50 million. Where are we headed as a nation? Moreover, certain technical institutions, including the KTTC, do training of such technical skills and could deliver for government projects, undertake technical training in public works related skills, and may assist in the management of these projects. Honorable Speaker, most of these institutions, if not all, be it TVETs, be it universities, talk of JQuad, it trains all of these people. The University of Nairobi, it trains all these technical people. Why not use these same universities? Why not use even their students who are towards finishing to do some of these things so that they can cut costs? Honorable Speaker, the relevant departmental committee should consider amending the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 to provide for the first priority consideration of government agencies that can provide certain services. And Honorable Speaker, I believe that all services can be provided by government agencies, but we need a framework on how we are going to operate with them. Number 6, failure to adhere to gender, ethnicity, regional balance, and other consideration. Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of nepotism. There is a lot of tribalism in these institutions. You find an institution has ethnicity ratio towards the dominant community of in excess of 90%. And then you wonder, what is the problem? Why? I was conversing with my brother who suffers wisdom because of white hair. And he was telling me, Meru University was collapsing. And it had a Meru vice chancellor. Until they brought a vice chancellor from the Luo community. It is now doing very well. Kemu University was doing very badly. They brought a university, a VC from the Luo community. We have proper vice chancellors from all these communities. What we are asking for, give the right people to do the job. Stop the nepotism, stop the tribalism, because you are killing this country. You are putting someone who is going to eat the profit, the interest, and eat the capital. In my community, we say, huliane ndi chimao. You eat everything, kula kuku na vifaranga. That is what we are experiencing, Honorable Speaker. And the committee recommends that all public agencies must comply with the constitutional provision on equality and inclusiveness buttressed by the National Cohesion and Integration Act number 12 of 2008. 2, that the committee also recommends amending the TVET Act 2013 to grant these institutions the authority to engage with the Public Service Commission during the hiring process of the 50% allocated to the Board of Governors. Further, the committee recommends that the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, together with the Inspectorate of State Corporation, conduct biannual examination of ethnic composition in these state-owned enterprises to confirm incremental address of the matter. Honorable Speaker, all of us know Moi University is suffering because of lack of finances. They decided to do an HR audit. We have Public Service Commission which is rated very highly across the continent and therefore in the world. But they bypass Public Service Commission and they go and bring in a private auditor by the name, I've just forgotten the name. What was that name? H? Yeah, some name, Honorable Speaker. And these people are charging them very expensively. Public Service Commission can do this work without charging them. We had to stop it and told Moi University that you are joking. Go back and go to Public Service Commission and ensure that you undertake this through the government framework. Honorable Speaker. Number 7, understaffing in the TVET institutions. You would bear witness that under this, I think the Ministry of Education is not serious. It is not addressing challenges in the education sector the way they're supposed to be addressed, Honorable Speaker. Start even from primary schools, CBC. It is falling apart. Now go to TVETs. They do not have teachers. And yet, the government is not taking any steps towards it. Talk about university education, university funding. It is now in shambles. Honorable Speaker, members of parliament interact at the grassroots level with parents. They would bear witness that parents are suffering. More than any other time in the history of education of this country. Even when Kenya was in the dogs, Kenya was in the red. Kenya had crossed the red Rubicon during President Moi's time. We have never experienced non-conformity with the admission to universities like now. Students are at home. They introduce something called module. You don't know module Z. Why? You don't know. This is a poor guy from the village. They can't. You tell him to raise 500,000. This man has never seen 1,000 shillings in his life. Has never seen 1,000 shillings in his life. I have people in my community. My neighbor called Marima Pesa has children at home. He doesn't know what to do with these children. Every time I go, he said, Mheshimiwa nisaidie. Watoto ni university, five children. At 200, 300, 400,000, you are talking of 2 million. Where are they? This man has never seen this kind of monies. We must come up and ensure that we help these institutions. Otherwise, they're going to collapse. The committee observed that the technical and vocational colleges are facing an acute shortage of both teaching and non-teaching staff. The ideal trainer-to-trainee ratio, as recommended by the World Bank, is 1:25, while the Ministry of Education recommends a ratio of 1:30. Unfortunately, in certain instances, the ratio in some courses has reached as high as 1:130. This situation significantly impacts the quality of education and training offered to students. The committee also noted an equitable allocation of resources in TVETs. with some regions having well-equipped institutions, while others have dire situations with limited and deteriorating facilities. Honorable Speaker, we are urging fairness, and even to the Budget Committee of this House, we are urging fairness. We have young institutions that are not even started working. A case in mind is my own institution called Kadnotunga, Tulumba TTI. It is now like in existence 2-3 years. Normally they are supposed to receive infrastructure money. They haven't. Yet they have admitted students. How are they going to do this? But you find an institution that has equipment, an institution that is well financed, well resourced. Governments continue pumping money to such institutions. We are asking for fairness. That and incidentally, Honorable Speaker, those that have are those that are given more resources. I don't know if they are applying the biblical wisdom, that those that don't have, you will be snatched to give those that have. Because if you look at the poverty index indices in this country of some communities, some are as poor as they have not yet even started anything on development. But you don't give them. You take to the most developed. Just like we were arguing here earlier on. You take money for roads, take to more developed regions. Those that do not even have any Maram road do not receive anything. That is unfair, even before God. The committee therefore recommends that the government halts the establishment of new TVETs until the existing ones are adequately equipped and upscaled. To address the disparities in resource allocation, the committee further recommends that the sector working group targets marginalized regions in order to close the resource distribution gap. The committee also recommends that the sector working group gives priority to the TVET sector during resource allocation. They propose an increased allocation of resources to address the long-standing issue of underfunding that has hindered the growth and development of these institutions. Adequate funding would not only enable the enhancement of infrastructure, but also attract and retain high-qualified instructors, further elevating the quality of education provided. Mr. Speaker, the committee wishes that the House adopts this report with amendments to recommendations of the Kisumu National Polytechnic that irregular cash payments appearing on page 41, paragraph 212, made for casual works done amounting to 2,308,996 be surcharged to the governing council, and the long-standing interest of 37,800 appearing on page 41, paragraph 216 be written off from their books of account, since no money was lost and it was as a result of demise of an employee. Mr. Speaker, the committee further acknowledges that penalties rendered to various institutions, including Kisumu National Polytechnic, where the governing council was disbanded and surcharged for irregular excess expenditure of 14 million without approval. Further, the council of the same institution had unauthorized expenditure totaling to 1,150,000, which the committee surcharged the council members for the monies therein misappropriated. We are taking these punitive measures, Honorable Speaker, so that even the councils of this institution must be serious. They go to this institution just to fleece money. Councils take money without approval in the name of allowances. They approve things that do not exist. Even in some instances, we are told, Honorable Speaker, and I think this was Moi University, that the council was collecting money from the bank, give one individual to go and pay the people who is supposed to pay as and when they feel. We have recommended very harshly, like Kisumu National Polytechnic, the council be disbanded and action be taken. We are inviting EACC, we are inviting DCI to move with speed so that these culprits may start respecting finances for the public. You are taken to an institution to help that institution. You are not taken to an institution to collapse it. This must be approved, Honorable Speaker, so that it serves as an example and deterrent to those crooked council members, to those officers who've been given to serve and they take advantage of the public. Further, Mr. Speaker, there are cases of delayed completion of projects of some TVETs by their mentor institutions, like Rongo University, which failed to complete workshop, classroom, and offices for Kakrao Technical and Vocational College. The college is to be completed, and this I want to commend our minority leader, Honorable Junet Mohammed. When we realized that there's a problem, we called him and said, we need your help here. And he agreed. The college is to be completed by NGCDF of Suna East constituency. The committee has banned Rongo University from undertaking any projects within the institution and should fully hand over the institution, such like Kakrao Technical and Vocational College, so that they initiate their own projects. And we are doing this and so that put an embargo on the university not to start any new project until they complete the existing projects. Mr. Speaker, the books of accounts of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga discloses a dinner allowance of 55,250 paid to an officer involved in preparation of data with the Commission of the University Education within the university precincts, which is contrary to Section 2111 of the University Collective Bargain Agreement 2013-17, which states that meal allowance shall be paid to members of academic staff working out of their duty station, where half subsistence allowance is not paid. The committee finds this expenditure unlawful and charges the officer involved charges the accounting officer at the time 55,250. Mr. Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education and the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations for the financial year 2018-19, 2019-20, and 2020-21. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report, and that we are coming up with a bill which will address the gaps under education funding, a bill that I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you've seen it on the order paper, university funding. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and call upon my leader, my deputy minority whip, Honorable Mwenje, he's our wakili in the committee, to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mwenje is the deputy minority whip. Second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Chairman of the committee, together with my fellow colleagues in the committee, for a job well done. From the get-go, Honorable Speaker, I want to just highlight the issue of education. Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that when it talks about education, it empowers individuals. Education is all about economic growth and stability. Education is all about reduction of poverty. It improves health, promotes equality, encourages civic participation, fosters peace and stability, and drives technology and scientific progress. In a nutshell, sets groundwork for a better life. And Honorable Speaker, that is the mandate that all these institutions that have been discussed by the chairman are mandated to do for the great people of our western region, Homa Bay, Kisumu, Siaya, I believe Kisii, and Nyamira as well. Honorable Speaker, I want to mention the issue of TVETs. because TVETs will play a key role in providing practical skills. And these TVETs, as you've noticed from the report, is that they've been facing numerous challenges. There's this negative perception at times that we found out there where people think that TVETs are inferior institutions, but no. These institutions offer meaningful skills to our youth that we can use day to day. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I've realized lately is even getting a good carpenter, a good electrician, a good plumber is a problem nowadays. And these are the institutions that will assist us with that. So we must fight that, because if there's a negative perception, that it means there's less funding, there's less support for this institution. We've noticed that there's inadequate infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. And as the chairman pointed out, there are unqualified instructors. Honorable Speaker, I want to say from the get-go, as a member of parliament from Nairobi, I represent a constituency that has over 400,000 in population. There are 5 constituencies that were split from the greater Embakasi, and actually if you count part of Kasarani constituency, then there are 6. If you look at the original 5 Embakasis, only one has one of these institutions that we're talking about, a TVET. The rest don't have. Embakasi West, Embakasi Central, Embakasi East, Embakasi South. We all rely on one institution in Embakasi North. We know the importance of these institutions. And that's why from the get-go, we must make sure we distribute this national cake equally, even here in Nairobi, so that we can ensure we educate our young people. Honorable Speaker, as I come to the main issues that have been raised, and I'll try and avoid some of the issues, poor funding to these institutions. We have a lot of stalled projects. And when we visited these institutions and went to some of them, including Rongo University, Honorable Speaker, we noticed there were projects worth 1 billion, 1.2 billion, and monies disbursed were 6, 7, 800 million, and yet the project is incomplete. Why not do these projects in phases? If this money had been spent in phases, we could have opened partially some of those lecture rooms, part of those libraries, and have an ongoing project. That is something that the ministry must look at and ensure that we don't have wastage, where you just pour in 800 million, and when the funding doesn't come, then you just have an institution, you just have a project that is lying there and not benefiting those students from that region. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, this staff, every time we sit in a committee, there must be somebody who will come and say, I am the acting VC, I'm the acting HR, I'm the acting finance manager. We have actors, basically, in these institutions. And it is okay to be acting because it happens, Honorable Speaker. But what happens when we go to an institution where you find somebody's been acting for 6 years, for 5 years? Then that means we have a problem right there. We've faced a situation where we found people have been acting for such a long period. Yeah? 22 years is advised by my chair. It means it is madness. That means you'll all, and at times you find staff who have been recruited. We had one institution, and in this situation, Honorable Speaker, somebody sat and said they're the accounting officer, and when we asked for their qualifications, they told us they have a CPA 2. And they were claiming to be qualified for that position. Yet we require a certified accountant to hold that position. Honorable Speaker, we noticed even the lack of diversity with these staff. And this is something that is choking these institutions. We were proud to see some institutions in this region that have actively tried to reduce. You could see that 3-4 years ago they had maybe 90 or 95% staff from one community, and you could see now they are at 60%. So they were gradually moving there. But more needs to be done. And Honorable Speaker, I can tell you, in the institutions we've seen where they have 90% or more of people coming from one community, those institutions do not work. They fail. So that is something we must check. And Honorable Speaker, as members of Parliament, we must be careful not to kill the institutions that are in our constituencies simply because we want to help our constituents get employed. at the risk of damaging an institution that will create more economic, more employment opportunities for your constituents or your region if it succeeds. This is an issue that has faced us, especially with Moi University, and I'm sure the chair will be alluding to this at a much later date. Honorable Speaker, because of lack of good staff, then you have poor documents. Even the tendering documents for some of these institutions were pathetic. There was just no excuse for it. You could see a lot of illegalities have been done, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, public money has been lost. That is obvious because of what we've seen, and this must change, Honorable Speaker. Even audit issues. We have areas where we couldn't account, not just for hundreds, but millions, because there are no documents. You have money being withdrawn and paid to people as sitting allowances and is siphoned through one staff or another staff, and there was no way to account for it. So these are the issues that were facing us. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that has been raised about consultants by the chairman. And Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that I'd want to raise is that we saw consultants ensure that the first money out is always paid to consultants. So you have a project which is at 60% or 50% completion, but the consultant has been paid 100%. Later on, the same consultant comes up with a variation. You have to increase money through a variation. And once again, he's the first person to be paid out. This is an issue we've seen even with the Ronald Gala institution, which is down in Kilifi, where you can see a lot of money. And it's a project that has gone on since Kibaki was president. In fact, Honorable Speaker, some of these institutions, I was still in university when they began. Now I'm here as a member of parliament. 2 presidents later, Kibaki, Uhuru, now we are President Ruto, and we are dealing with the same issues. It's unacceptable what we've seen with these consultants. We must ensure that any variation that is done, it must be supported with the right documents. We must ensure that if we're going to vary a contract, especially before its completion, we must ensure we are not wasting a lot of money with these consultants. Honorable Speaker, the support from NGCDF has been amazing, as has been mentioned with the situation in Suna East. We were able to reach out as a committee, engage the committee there, together with the area member of parliament who immediately was able to support us. And I would encourage all these institutions to do that, to engage CDF. And it must come out clearly, Honorable Speaker, that CDF, of course, is not at the purview of the member of parliament. It is money that belongs to the people. But we intervened as a committee to ensure that the people of Suna East do get an institution. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as a wind-up, the issue of land that is held by these various institutions, especially the TVET, we found there was a lot of land, Honorable Speaker, and I'll be requesting for a minute or two as I'm the seconder, that where there are institutions that land was set aside by a community or individuals, kindly let us allow that land to be transferred as per the new TVET Act. Honorable Speaker, it's important to clarify an issue that was raised, especially that was touching on the Moi family, that there was a summon regarding a piece of land because of other issues or impeachments that were going on. That is wrong, Honorable Speaker. We had invited the family and also former Senator Gideon Moi purely on the issue of clarifying ownership of land that is supposed to be for a certain institution, which I believe is Rift Valley. So it's important to make these issues quite clear. And that's the issue we faced with quite a number of TVETs that were started by the community. So with that, Honorable Speaker, I want to kindly request that this House and the Budget Committee considers supporting these institutions so that we can ensure that these TVETs, these institutions that are based in our constituencies, in our communities, continue to progress, that those children, those young men and women who are there continue to be equipped with the right skills, and with that, we'll be able to firmly give a proper foundation to the young men and women of this country. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this amended motion, and I second the same. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education on its examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of state corporations Nyanza region for the financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, and 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 25th July 2024, subject to A, deletion of paragraph 212 appearing on page 41 of the report and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. The committee recommends the regular cash payments made for the casual works done amounting to Kenya shillings 2,308,996 be surcharged to the Governing Council of Kisumu National Polytechnic. The amount is to be paid within 6 months after the adoption of this report by the House. B, deletion of paragraph 216 appearing on page 41 of the report and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. The committee recommends the long outstanding interest of Kenya shillings 37,800 be written off from the institution's books of accounts since no money was lost. It was as a result of demise of the employee. And C, effecting the consequential amendments in the report. Honorable Kakai Bissau.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Honorable Rindikiri, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, very important report requiring the attention of all the honorable members of this House. Mr. Speaker, this report has listed very weighty issues touching on various factors: mismanagement, investigations, audit issues, regional issues. I mean, Mr. Speaker, to give this report justice, I believe the entire House need to be present at a sizable deliberation. Mr. Speaker, I stand understanding order 95. Mr. Speaker, we just move so that now we can have a serious discussion on this report.
What does standing order number 95 say?
It's based on the quorum, Mr. Speaker, lack of the quorum. This is a very substantive report.
Ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Honorable members, the time being 8:09 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 7th day of November 2024